didn't have to be the code. It said here, the times here. So I'm copying, and I'm tuning it in. And I go to type sheet, and I'm like, well, I just did it, right? Then I go down to the drive, oh, crane stance. I click here. I hit return, or I hit the code, and I type live stream crane stance unit. And then that's what it says. It's like I do live stream. I just named it the same as what it's live stream. I take that title, that's my wife changed the title. And on that, so I named it that, I highlighted and made that the link, and I let it live on the little drag through search page right where it belongs. Right under the paint, and that's all. That's where it makes sense to put it. It's now, no one's actively using it because they're actively doing the live streams. This would be now an archived live stream. And at some point I'll, what's it called? Private, unlisted. At some point I'll unlist all of these live streams. So the only way you can access them is to do it. Again, it's not a high priority right now because I don't want to make it hard for our current students to find things. If they can't find it because they can't search it, that's a problem. And so there's probably 6 or 7. What's now? What you're doing. Oh yeah, please do. I just got a whole notification yesterday. You mind getting one? Either one, or just whatever's there. I forgot what it is. Yeah, I stash them because I get here in the middle of the day. I'm like, oh, I'm so tired today. Go on. Yeah. Talk each day. I have another piece of very not the grape at home. It's just juice. Okay. So what I'm asking you to do, and we can do this together for right now, unless it just makes sense, is to take this email of all these links I already sent you and add them all to the or replace them. So that makes sense. Yeah, well, I'm not adding it to the full. I think so let me, the first part I want to explain why I want me, no, I already did, but it's going to lead to a one. So, the little drag. Hi, Aileen. Hi. She is the best. Or last week. She's like, yeah, she doesn't ask. So, oh God, it's like, no, she said, they're like, yeah, so this current live stream,
up to a lead. And everyone at home, let's begin our warm-up. 75 jumping jacks. Begin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Push-up position. First set of 10 push-ups. Begin. 1, ma'am. 2, ma'am. 3, ma'am. 4, ma'am. 5, ma'am. 6, ma'am. 7, ma'am. 8, ma'am. 9, ma'am. 10, ma'am. Rest kneeling. Second set. Begin. 1, ma'am. 2, ma'am. 3, ma'am. 4, ma'am. 5, ma'am. 6, ma'am. 7, ma'am. 8, ma'am. 9, ma'am. 10, ma'am. Rest kneeling. Last set. Begin. 1, ma'am. 2, ma'am. 3, ma'am. 4, ma'am. 5, ma'am. 6, ma'am. 7, ma'am. 8, ma'am. 9, ma'am. 10, ma'am. On your back for bicycle crunches. First set of 25. Begin. 1, ma'am. 2, ma'am. 3, ma'am. 4, ma'am. 5, ma'am. 6, ma'am. 7, ma'am. 8, ma'am. 9, ma'am. 10, ma'am. 11, ma'am. 12, ma'am. 13, ma'am. 14, ma'am. 15, ma'am. 16, ma'am. 17, ma'am. 18, ma'am. 19, ma'am. 20, ma'am. 1, ma'am. 2, ma'am, 3 ma'am, 4 ma'am, 5 ma'am. Rest.
Now, like for instance, now, I don't even know what but you never have to that's right. It's just all those it's just not deep. And jump. Well, it's just challenge. It's a lot of the lack of smoothness and how tools will have to run. I've worked out before you work this as far as just how to teach and how to organize and how to train. And I've worked with since.
Second set.
This is like
Begin. 1 ma'am, 2 ma'am, 3 ma'am, 4 ma'am, 5 ma'am, 6 ma'am, 7 ma'am, 8 ma'am, 9 ma'am, 10 ma'am, 11 ma'am, 12 ma'am, 13 ma'am, 14 ma'am, 15 ma'am, 16 ma'am, 17 ma'am, 18 ma'am, 19 ma'am, 20 ma'am, 1 ma'am, 2 ma'am, 3 ma'am, 4 ma'am, 5 ma'am.
starts with clumsily figure out policy. Is that clear enough to get you started? Well, the good news is something you can do. There's nothing I'm asking you to do with current units except like sit down. Part of it, it's an ongoing improvement. But there's nothing like that. There's nothing little guidance from jumping in. I'll be able to send it to you and help you. And then we'll have to do
Last set. Begin. 1 ma'am, 2 ma'am, 3 ma'am, 4 ma'am, 5 ma'am, 6 ma'am, 7 ma'am, 8 ma'am, 9 ma'am, 10 ma'am, 11 ma'am, 12 ma'am, 13 ma'am, 14 ma'am, 15 ma'am, 16 ma'am, 17 ma'am, 18 ma'am, 19 ma'am, 20 ma'am, 1 ma'am, 2 ma'am, 3 ma'am, 4 ma'am, 5 ma'am. Sit up. Feet straight out in front. Reach up. Bend forward, touch your toes. 1 ma'am, 2 ma'am, 3 ma'am, 4 ma'am, 5 ma'am, 6 ma'am, 7 ma'am, 8 ma'am, 9 ma'am, 10 ma'am, 11 ma'am, 12 ma'am, 13 ma'am, 14 ma'am, 15 ma'am, 16 ma'am, 17 ma'am, 18 ma'am, 19 ma'am, 20 ma'am. Bend one leg in. Reach up. Bend forward, touch your toes. 1 ma'am, 2 ma'am, 3 ma'am, 4 ma'am, 5 ma'am, 6 ma'am, 7 ma'am, 8 ma'am, 9 ma'am, 10 ma'am, 11 ma'am, 12 ma'am, 13 ma'am, 14 ma'am, 15 ma'am, 16 ma'am, 17 ma'am, 18 ma'am, 19 ma'am, 20 ma'am. Switch sides. Reach up, bend forward, touch your toes. 1 ma'am, 2 ma'am, 3 ma'am, 4 ma'am, 5 ma'am, 6 ma'am, 7 ma'am, 8 ma'am, 9 ma'am, 10 ma'am, 11 ma'am, 12 ma'am, 13 ma'am, 14 ma'am, 15 ma'am, 16 ma'am, 17 ma'am, 18 ma'am, 19 ma'am, 20 ma'am. Bottom of the feet together. Flap your crane wings. Push the knees down, back straight. Bend forward, touch your nose to your toes or as far as you can go. 1 ma'am, 2 ma'am, 3 ma'am, 4 ma'am, 5 ma'am, 6 ma'am, 7 ma'am, 8 ma'am, 9 ma'am, 10 ma'am, 11 ma'am, 12 ma'am, 13 ma'am, 14 ma'am, 15 ma'am, 16 ma'am, 17 ma'am, 18 ma'am, 19 ma'am, 20 ma'am. a seated angle, legs wide apart. Lift yourself up and turn to your right. Turn and shift to the other side. Back to center, a seated angle, legs wide apart. Palms up, back straight. 1 ma'am, 2 ma'am, 3 ma'am, 4 ma'am, 5 ma'am, 6 ma'am, 7 ma'am, 8 ma'am, 9 ma'am, 10 ma'am, 11 ma'am, 12 ma'am, 13 ma'am, 14 ma'am, 15 ma'am, 16 ma'am, 17 ma'am, 18 ma'am, 19 ma'am, 20 ma'am. Reach to one side. Reach to the other side. Widen your stretch if you can. Reach to both sides, touch your head to the floor as low as you can go. 1 ma'am, 2 ma'am, 3 ma'am, 4 ma'am, 5 ma'am, 6 ma'am, 7 ma'am, 8 ma'am, 9 ma'am, 10 ma'am, 11 ma'am, 12 ma'am, 13 ma'am, 14 ma'am, 15 ma'am, 16 ma'am, 17 ma'am, 18 ma'am, 19 ma'am, 20 ma'am. Last stretch, feet straight out in front. Bend one leg back and lean back. Switch sides. Stand up, twist it out, do any additional stretches. We have been working on our crane unit. So we've gone through all of our crane stances and we've done corrections for each one. So that might have been a lot of information for you, But if you're like Aileen and you're a blue sash and you've been through crane, how many times have you been through crane? Once or twice before? Twice, yeah. So blue sash, you've probably been through crane twice. And if you're an even higher sash, you might have gone through crane even more times. So you might have done it 3 or 4 times at this point. So each time you go through, you should pick up something new. You should learn something new. So I don't expect you to remember every little correction that we've gone over, but if there's something that you were like, oh, I never knew that about crane, like maybe you never knew after your monkey hop you land in a horse stance and then shift into a bow stance, then I want you to focus and make sure that you're doing that for the rest of the unit, all right? So we're just gonna run through our stances, and I want you to just pick one thing that we've gone over in detail to focus on as we go through our stances, all right? Attention stance, stand tall, high crane, middle crane, low crane, monkey hop, bow stance left, cross stance right, flap, bow stance left, crane stance right, dragon stance right, feet together. All right, run back. We're going to do that 2 more times before we move on to our crane block. Attention stance, stand tall. Remember, swing your left leg back and pump up your knees. High crane. Same thing. Middle crane. Low crane. Monkey hop. Bow stance left. Step even, cross stance right. Flap. Keep turning the same way. That means turn towards the seating if you're here. Bow stance left. Crane stance right. Dragon stance right. Feet together. All right, one last time. We're going to do it a little bit faster this time, so try to keep up. Attention stance. Stand tall. High crane. Middle crane. Low crane. Monkey hop. Bow stance left. Cross stance right. Flap. Turn towards your dad. Keep turning that way. Turn towards the door. Bow stance left. Other way. Other way. Turn towards your dad. There you go. Good. Bow stance left. Crane stance right. Dragon stance right. Keep together. All right, very nice job. Now we're going to practice our 3 blocks that we've learned so far. Do you remember what one of the blocks that we learned was? Remember what this one's called? Our high crane, or our crane front block. So let's just practice it in tay-tai. We'll give our legs a little break. Attention stance. Stand tall. Say tay-tai. Oh, you want to do it in tay-tai? Are your legs sore? Not yet? No. Okay, let's go. We're going to go. Attention stance. Stand tall. Say tay-tai. Aileen wants you to work out your legs today, so we're doing it traditionally. Crane front block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Feet together. our crane high block comes right up our center line. So if we're wearing a uniform, it comes right up that black line, or in my case, the red line, and just right to where our forehead is. Because we don't need to block all the way up here. We don't need to worry about that. We just want to block right in front of us. All right, let's do 10 more. Attention stance. Stand tall. Say, tay, tie, pay. Crane high block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Feet together. Shake it out. Now we're going to do our crane inside block. So remember, this one circles in front of our face, in front of our chest, and then comes out just like that. Same thing on the other side. We circle in front of our face, in front of our chest, and into a crane beak. Perfect. Attention stance. Stand tall. Say, tay, tie, pay. Crane inside block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Take it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Feet together. Our next block that we learned is our crane outside block. This one moves the opposite direction from our inside block, so it comes up in front of our chest, in front of our face, and out into our crane beak. We want to make sure we flex our wrists back. Perfect. And then remember, this one also has our hidden move in there. So as we bring this hand back in, we want to check with our other hand, kind of like push the flower up the sleeve before we chamber. Same thing on the other side. We're going to check with this hand as we put out our other hand. Let's try it one more time, slow. Good. Same thing, push the flower up the sleeve. Good, very nice. Now let's try it traditionally in our tay, tie, pay. Attention stance. Stand tall. Say, tay, tie, pay. Crane outside block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Feet together. Our next block is everybody's favorite block, double high. So I want you to squat down, keep your heels on the ground, and I want you to hug your knees into your chest. This is the position that you want to be in when we jump up in our double high. You want to bring your knee or your legs up to your chest, and then you want to make sure you land quietly. So we're going to start just like we do with our high crane, with double beaks pointing up. We're going to slap past the thighs, and then we're going to jump and land quietly. Make sure you bring your double beaks up at the end. All right, we're just going to do 5 today. Attention stance. Stand tall. Double high. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Feet together. All right, go ahead, reach up, bend forward, touch your toes. 1 man, 2 man, 3 man, 4 man, 5 man, 6 man, 7 man, 8 man, 9 man, 10 man, 11 man, 12 man, 13, 14 man, 15 man, 16 man, 17 man, 18 man, 19 man, 20 man. Come back up. All right, that's all the time that we have for basic training. Let's go ahead and bow out. We follow the 5 hearts: faith, respect, perseverance, patience, and humility. Bow to Aileen and everybody at home. Great job, basic training. If you're staying for black sash training, we're going to continue working on crane section of the 108. Grab a drink of water. Come back out in about 2 minutes.
She's smiling. I mean, she's getting her water, but she had a good time. Okay, she's covered up. No more smiles. You only see the real smiles now because fake smiles, the eyes don't change.
That's right.
Yeah.
I always just tell everybody, like, I'm smiling.
I'm so glad you made it. Who else comes to this class? Is anyone? Who's the other one? Oh, it's Sophia.
Saul.
Saul and Sophia. Yeah.
No, not first week.
No one.
No, the second week. No. The first week, Osro and his dad.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna email him.
Right, so we are going to continue working on crane section of the 108. We've got the first 10 moves down pretty solidly. I know we started looking at the next couple of moves, so we'll continue working on those today. Let's start out by doing our 5-animal salute. Attention stance.
Yes, ma'am.
Stand tall.
Yes, ma'am.
5-animal salute.
Salute.
2 tigers hide their trail.
2 tigers have a tree.
And then we're going to start from the end of tiger, which is return horse to stable. Hard and soft. Crane walking. Descending arm, hand, and waist. 1 finger, ask the question. Step back with your left. Crane wing punching.
Crane and punching.
Fist through sleeve. Hard and soft. Crane walking. Descending arm, hand, and waist.
Arm, hand, and waist.
1 finger, ask the question.
1 finger, ask the question.
Crane wing punching. revive the crane.
Revive the crane.
Feet together. Right, let's just try it up to that point again. So we'll start, step back with your right. Remember, cross right over left. Out. And chamber. Hard and soft.
Hard and soft.
Crane walking.
Crane.
Descending arm, hand, and waist. Make sure your front knee is bent. You're in a good both hands. Awesome. One finger asks the question. With this one, we're doing a block with this hand, so make sure you're looking forward so that you can see what you're blocking. Good. Step back with your left. Crane wing punching.
Crane wing punching.
Fist through the sleeve. Hard elbow and back fist and soft. Chamber, crane walking. Descending arm, hand, and waist. Make sure you have a good bend in that front knee. Nice. One finger asks a question.
Finger has a question.
Good job. Step back with your right. Crane wing punching.
Crane wing punching.
Fist through the sleeve.
Fist through the sleeve.
Then we're going to inside block as we step in with our right and peck out a crane packing.
Crane packing.
Set your right foot down. Step up with your left like you're in a cat stance but off to the side. Inside block, peck out. Revive the crane.
Revive the crane.
Set your left foot down. Right knee comes up. Flying crane.
Flying crane.
Good. Feet together.
Yes.
All right, let's just do it one more time up to that point. Really lock it in. Start with our right foot back. Make sure you leave a little bit of space in between your legs so you can feel nice and balanced. So start out with your legs shoulder width. Step out a little bit more. Good. And then just step back with your right foot. Perfect. You'll bring your hands up to your chest. Hard and soft. Chamber. Crane walking.
Crane.
Descending arm, hand, and waist. One finger asks the question. Remember, turn your body a little bit towards the front so you can see what you're blocking. Good. Step back with your left. Crane wing punching.
Crane wing punching.
Fist through the sleeve.
Fist through the sleeve.
We're going to elbow and then back fist. Chamber, hard and soft. Crane walking. Descending arm, hand, and waist.
Descending arm, hand, and waist.
One finger asks the question.
One finger has the question.
Step back with your right. Crane wing punching.
Crane wing punching.
Then we're going to outside block with our right. As we step in, peck out a crane packing.
Crane packing.
Set your right foot down. Step up with your left. Inside block with the left. Peck out with the right. Revive the crane.
Revive the crane.
Set your left foot down. Flying crane.
Flying.
Then we bring our hands out in front. Right's a little bit higher than the left. Reach back with your left and your right. And then we're just going to swipe across our shoelaces. Go down and then bring them up at a diagonal. Good. Feet together. All right. Do you think you could do that on your own? Yeah? Try it on your own 1 or 2 times. If you get stuck, just let me know and I'll help you, okay? Try it at home 1 or 2 times. And even if you only know just the first couple of moves, that's okay. Just practice those on your own, all right? So just start from where we're starting right here and see if you can remember the moves that come, okay? Good. all together one more time, and then we will take a look at those new moves. So the moves that we started doing, flying crane, hungry crane stands on one leg, and hungry crane captures shrimp. Those three moves repeat themselves on the other side. So we will preview those and go through those today too. But before we do that, let's go through together and we'll do a few corrections. So we're going to cross right over left, circle out, chamber, hard and soft, crane walking, descending arm, hand, and waist. One finger, ask the question. So first we step back with our left, we sink down into a horse stance, and then hop up. Very good, yes. Crane wing punching. Fist through the sleeve. Then for this hard and soft, we're only using our left hand, so our hand that we have out in the fist. We're just going to bring our elbow in, back fist behind us, like how we back fisted with both of our hands, just with this one hand, back fist behind us, and then chamber. Perfect. Hard and soft. Crane walking. Descending arm, hand, and waist. One finger, ask the question. We're going to step back with our right, just like we did on the other side. We're going to sink down into our horse stance and pop up. Good. Crane wing punching. Fist through the sleeve. Then we'll do our crane pecking. Revive the crane. Flying crane. Hungry crane stands on one leg. Make sure you keep your arms pretty stiff, but a little bit bent. So we want to make sure we flex our wrists back. Good, yeah. And then we're going to reach back with our right foot, left hand. We're just going to go across the top of our shoelaces, come down, and then bring our beaks up. And we're going to have our right beak, this one a little bit higher than our left beak. Perfect. Then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. So we're going to step up into flying crane, this time with our left knee up. Hungry crane stands on one leg. Then reach back with your left foot and your right hand. Same thing, swipe across, down, and then bring them up at a diagonal. Good. And that is hungry crane capture shrimp. Good. Feet together. All right, we'll go over those moves in more detail next week. Just wanted to preview them. So let's go ahead and do our life skill, and then we'll bow out. The path of self-mastery requires a creative spirit. A creative spirit has no self-doubt. The path of self-mastery requires a creative spirit. A creative spirit has no self-doubt. The path of self-mastery requires a creative spirit. A creative spirit has no self-doubt. Good. Feet together. Bow to Aileen and everybody at home. Great job. If you're staying for Master's Tap training, we're going to continue working on saber. So grab your saber and then come back out. Good job, Aileen. You're a rock star.
Thank you.
form, but for saber, we're going to do 20 down cuts on each side. So that means we're going to bring it from our right shoulder down to our left hip and vice versa. And if you like not having bruised shins, I recommend stepping whatever foot you have the saber in, or whatever foot of the hand you have the saber in, forward. So I have my saber in my right hand and stepping forward with my right foot. Once you finish your 20 down cuts, do 20 up cuts. If you started working on saber in the advanced class, then you know that later on in our saber form, we do up cuts in this form. But if you're just in beginner class, don't worry about that for now. We're probably not going to make it to the second half this unit. But it is good to start practicing your up cuts. It can feel kind of awkward at first. All right, feet together. Let's go ahead and run everything that we've learned so far from the top. Attention stance. Stand 12. 1. You want to make sure that the saber is in your elbow crease, pointing forward. 2. Here we're just presenting the saber and the palm of our hand. 3. Sword fingers here. 4. 5. You should be in a horse. 6. 7. Feet together. Step out. 8. Pull back for 9. Press for 10. Pull your one finger in. Pump your right knee up. Step forward with your left. Push out. Step back. Pivot your left foot out and step forward with your right as you cut down. I don't know what number we're on. I'm going to say 6 for blocking. Monkey hop under your saber. And then pull back for 7. We're going to stab out for 8. This is just sword fingers pointing back. Cut down to your right. Circle overhead as you bring your right knee up. Step with your right, double front. Turn. Same thing on this side, step with your right, double front. Skip forward, 1, 2. On the third one, cut out horizontally. Bring the saber overhead and push down. Then we're going to bring our saber up. We're going to monkey hop underneath. Step forward with your right, waist chop. Bring the saber back underneath of your arm. And then we're going to cut up. Bring the saber back by your left hip, cut down. Set your right foot down. We're going to circle. And this is as far as we've gotten. So we'll go feet together. Let's review that 2 more times. This time I'll just count it out. I'll give less instructions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pull back for 9. Press for 10. that left toe out and sink 3, lock 4, monkey hop 5, pull back for 7 or 6, stab out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9, roll, and 10. Feet together. One last time together. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, and 8. Feet together. All right, so you might be wondering after our first double front jump kick how to pivot around. So what we want to do, so we step, go in front, then we have our right knee up. We want to reach back with this right foot and then throw our knee kind of over in almost like a crescent shape to use that momentum to bring us around. So I want you to just experiment with that. Get your right knee up and then reach back with that right foot and throw your knee to get that nice pivoting movement. If you're on a carpet, of course it's going to be harder, so it's best to do it. Even these safety mats aren't great for our pivoting, but if you have like a wood floor or a hard surface or something where you can practice, that's pretty ideal. So just try to use that momentum to turn yourself. And I just want you to give that a try for a couple of minutes, and then we'll go back and we'll run the form, and you can try to incorporate your turn into the form. All right, go ahead and try that out. It can take a while to get the hang of that turn, but able to nail it. Hopefully you can practice over the weekend and get better at that. Let's go ahead and run the whole form from the top, and then we'll bow out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pull back for 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pull back for 7. Stab out for 8, 9, and 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Feet together. All right, let's go ahead and bow out of our master's path training. Bow to each other at home. Great job, master's path training. Have a good weekend.
How are you guys doing? Good. I had to do help out something quick, so I'll get changed and we'll get started. Is Miss Kelly still here? Yes. Okay, cool. We'll wait for her to go anyways. Figure it out now. I'll just turn it all off. Essentially, it's the internet works. Internet connection to the computer at the house doesn't work, which means you can't run reports. He didn't have any transactions at that point. We couldn't run credit cards and all the other stuff. class wasn't small, the little dragons, I would already recommend Finn to try out big dragons. Yeah. But as long as he's enjoying it.
Yeah, and I figure might as well finish those belts, the stripes, because it's on his brown strip one. So
Oh,
might as
yeah.
well get his
Yeah.
last one.
But, you know, I like having those. I know people can hear me, you know. I like having the good kids in the class. So when the new kids show up, they go, "How am I supposed to behave?" Well, you don't look at me. You're like, "What is Finn doing? What is Silas doing?" Well, they're doing these things, so I better be doing these things. Man, I've been drinking so much water today. Do y'all drink a lot of water? Well, I've been in and out, but it's just so hot. Next week you won't be here? Right. Who's at home? Who's watching at home? One person is? Is that Amanda Elmore? She usually texts me. Is it fun with Aileen?
Yes.
Yes.
He's like my favorite
Yeah.
student. So it's great.
Yeah. Okay, be safe. You're coming back tonight for more classes or not?
No.
Oh, no? Okay, good. Yes or no? Oh, it's Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah. I keep thinking like, I don't know what day of the week it is, but, yeah. Goodbye. Y'all can come on out. I'm just gonna, put my sash on and everything. I had to get the stash of blueberry in there, but it was in the very back, so I had a frozen quart, nice quart. Nice. I'm glad y'all made it again. I didn't get to do my grand entrance.
Not a Grandmaster instructor.
Thank you. Bow to third degree and second degree and those at home. All right, you know what we're doing. Doing our warm up. Do you know what the freshman 15 is?
Uh-huh.
You know about that? They have a new one they came out with. I hear on the ads on their. I listen to the radio. In my short commutes to the school and to kick butt coffee. You know, I live a mile from here. Anyways, so they call it the COVID-15 now. Oh, you heard the commercials? Oh, you have heard the commercials?
I haven't heard a commercial, but I've read.
Or no, the
articles.
quarantine. It's not the COVID. Oh, I messed up. I need to tell my sister. Anyways, it's called the quarantine 15 or something. Because I didn't want you to get out and work out and lose that 15 pounds. So, I probably, if I had to stay home the whole time, I'd definitely be like, just I guess I'll eat something. I've already fixed everything in my house. So, inside, everything's been painted and cleaned and organized. So, but that wasn't the case. Inside. Outside. I'm pleased with y'all's progress. I like seeing that, you know, it's, you know, it's a bit easier to keep track. Yeah, it's kind of like a private lesson. You know, I have a real clear memory of what we've worked on and stuff, and it's not like, oh, 8 people in this, 8 to 15 people in a slight rotation of who's here. You know, like, remind me what we were working on. Oh yeah, that's right. All right, step forward. I know exactly what we're working on. I did plan to do new moves today, but then I got sidetracked by I got pulled away, and I don't feel comfortable. I want to make sure I'm reviewed the moves very well to do new moves. But I will promise you, we'll do new moves next week. Try to do a big chunk of them if I can. Yeah, you'll miss out on it unless you do the live stream. Are you gonna do live stream?
Uh-uh.
No, you're on a boat, or where are you?
I'll be camping.
Camping. No live streams for camping.
The mountains of Colorado.
Yeah. I don't know, is it violating things to get your phone out and to take a Tai Chi class in the mountains?
There's no cell service.
Oh.
I'll be totally off the grid.
Okay. Yeah, switch. It's so hot outside that yesterday, as I was scanning everyone's forehead, everyone failed. I told someone else that, and they go, yeah, my doctor's office, they say, you know, you better sit in your car with your air conditioning all the way up. Otherwise, when you come in and you fail, we won't be able to do your appointment. I was like, oh, okay. But then it sounds like you could cheat the system and just bring an ice pack with you and put it on your forehead right before you come in. But if I'm sick, I don't want to be out doing anything anyways. Or even if I start to feel like, oh, I must be coming down with something. I'm like, nope. Get someone else to teach class. Or I'll tell you when, guys, review last week's class. I feel like a public school teacher. Everyone take out your notes from last week and review. Okay, John Sajik. Switch. Tendon lengthening, mirror washing, cheese soothing method. All right, yin yang balancing, chi mobilizing. progressive reviewing like we did last time. We'll start so essentially we'll kind of repeat the last class but at a quicker pace, and then so we can come across the part you really need sooner for the Sinja Arlu form. So we're going to start dragging on the ground at a high position, and recall that we're not going all the way low because we're not warmed up, but if you feel okay with it, you can go a little lower. And you bring the foot in, open the hands, monkey hop, and here we go. 1, bringing the foot in, and 2, and 3, bringing the foot in, and 4, and 5, bringing the foot in, and pick up the foot, put on your hand on the hip, scoop the left one in, that's a 1, and 2, bring the right foot up, and 3, and 4, that's the right foot coming up again, right hand stays on the hip, 5. Take your big circles, X and strike, in, X and strike. Keep the foot up if you can, or you can set it down for a second to pivot, and flash the back. Step, X, and sink, and open. Circle, sink, and switch the feet, and punch. All right. Start from an earlier position or that again?
Earlier.
Earlier. All right, so if we start earlier, we're actually starting from the punch. That's what we did last class. We're starting from the same position punch, but a different one, a different punch. So we're gonna do the wrap crackers. Scoot up a little bit. So you're on the right hip, you're sunk, you shift and you punch, you go down and you come up. You're up, now you go down, do your first wrap cracker 1. Turn around, wrap cracker 2. And again, and wrap cracker 3. And sweep backwards, wrap cracker 4. And step up, wrap cracker 5. Step up, wrap cracker 6. Turn and punch, punch. Switch the feet, right, left, and slam. Circle in and jump. And then don't jump. Shift to the right and punch. And slide back. And drag it on the ground. Bring it in. Open the hands. Monkey hop. 1, 2. Oops. 3. And 4. And 5. And switch it up. Hand on the hip. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Circle the hands for the kick, kick. And step in, and kick. And switch. And drop. And runk. And drop. Punch. Still review that or go back further?
After we do this,
Yes?
I always wanna, I think I'm moving my feet wrong.
After this?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so this is a very good part because
Plus I can't see you.
let me back it up one more. So we did our last wrap cracker. So slow motion is hard, but I'm still gonna attempt it. We go to the right to turn the toe in, to push off of the right, to punch twice, boom, boom, and then the right foot comes up, and it's a jump. And then when that one comes up, the left hand's between the legs, the right hand's by your shoulder, and you go. Now you slide the hand and the foot in, and then this circles, the left foot comes up, and you go punching down. Okay? Then you pull this back up to a chamber, but it's not a jump. You're here, step, step. Okay? That was the right hand becoming a chamber as the left hand circles out, and you shift to the right as well to do the punch. And that's what's a little convoluted. So, yeah, so from that same position, we just jumped here, boom. Now the next move's not a jump, it's a pick the knee up. It's pick the knee up, and right, left, shift to the right, and punch. Does that make more sense?
It does. I'm sipping back. is
Oh,
the
yeah.
problem.
It's, so that's a good point. I'm gonna assume it's a common error. And if you have a challenge with it, someone else does too. So we've done here, the right foot, to reiterate what he's discovered, is the right foot comes back and takes the place of the left at a diagonal, so that you can then shift to the right, and then sink and shift to the left and punch. Step back, and do your dragging on the ground and everything else to the end. All right? That's a good tidbit. I hope that creates value for this recording. Okay? Again, or roll it back some more?
Back.
Okay, let's see what the next part, did we go, oh yeah, we did go back. So last time we went back was from the elbow. Okay, we did wipe the sleeve and we did the elbow and we did some cloud hands and stuff. So that's kind of rolling it way back, but I think that's still okay. Did Ms. Elmore text me? Oh no. Huh. Try that for a second. Okay, I'll be right back.
Sir.
From the elbow or?
No, from the part right before.
good practice. Let's go back a little bit further unless you want to look at that again. Okay, so we're going to go from the wipe the sleeve elbow, which leads us into our cloud hands, which is a good transition towards the end. But I'm going to try to review it slowly for everyone here and at home. All right, so we're kind of on this end, and we come around here, and we the elbow. We're not really reviewing that. We're really for this part here. Step behind once. Step behind twice. Now this one's an off step, like you step behind, you step behind already, but now when you take your right foot step, you're stepping to the side and back. You're turning and the left hand circles out, but it really isn't meant to do anything. You're just doing this and then doing 2 strikes fast that are palm strikes with the fingers this way, right? It's gonna go boom, boom, okay? So let's do that again. So I'm going to do sideways here, so I'm going towards the camera, so also you guys can see me better without having to come up here and watch. But we've swung our hand here and done the elbow, keep your balance, and step behind 1, step behind 2, and then notice I'm going to step back a little bit, circle this hand up, right, and then it's 1, 2. And after the 1, 2, you immediately pop. And that right foot replaces the left foot, and you wave to the right, which allows you to step behind with the right twice. Okay? Let's do that one more time from this odd angle. Then I'm going to go from the normal directions, and we'll continue. So, we come over here, and we elbowed, and we go behind, step, behind, step back and behind, left, right, left. I didn't do the thing, I went over there. Okay, but then circle as you step right, left. That creates your first cloud, and you step behind right, step behind right. Then when you step here, you're going to reverse out. Yeah, this one's the hard one to see. So I'm going to do it in front of the camera here. So if you want to look, I just landed. You don't have to copy, just look. I just turned around and did right, left, step behind 1, step behind 2, being very mechanical here. Then I'm doing a turning, lazy about tying your rope. Yeah, that's hard to follow from that. So let me see how we can do it. We are going to travel that way with my back to the camera and to you guys, and then we'll flip it. So hopefully, this isn't the first time we're doing this. This is probably like the 12th recorded class that this section is covered in. So I wouldn't do this on a new class. So if this confuses you watching, take it back. I'm talking about future people. I know certain of you watching now aren't going to be confused. But if you're watching this in the distant future, you need to go back a few videos where I'm not changing directions and confusing things. So we've just come here. I reversed it. I flipped it. So the front is that way. The back is that way. So you just come here and you're like, boom, boom. You're stepping behind once, stepping behind twice, and then you step here. The left hand goes, the right one follows, and when the right one passes the right leg, the right foot comes up. The right hand goes under the left, and then it flips over, and if you're doing it super slow, the right would go out all by itself, the left would go out all by itself, and then we'd settle in the middle. But it's right, left, so the big turning of the movement goes away. The big turning of the movement goes away. You've done your last cloud here. The left goes, the right goes with the leg, right under left, and 1, 2, settle. Then you can come here and step back, turn, or don't turn. You flip the hands over and step, boom. Commit it back, turn the hands, step, boom. Come back, turn the hands, step, boom. Left hand makes a circle to exit the right. The right foot's pivoted out so that the left foot can crescent, land in a cat stance. Block, palm strike. Block, palm strike. Block, palm strike. Right, left, and then step. Boom, boom. Circle, sink to the right, and punch. And that brings us to our wrap crackers, although we're reversed. My apologies. My apologies. All right. So, apparently a lot of Tai Chi terms Siri picks up on. Okay, that was kind of confused and backwards, but hopefully that helps you see it. We're going to go back to the normal orientation so that we can review it to the end. So here we are with the elbow. Elbow. 1 step. 2 step back. Left. Right, left. Pop up. Right, left. Behind 1. Behind 2. And reverse it for a lazy belt tying your rope kind of motion. And then back. And here. Forward. Here. Forward. Here. Forward. Left circles to X the right. Right foot pivots out. Inside crescent. Land in a cat stance like you're ready to, it's like a kung fu cat stance. Block, palm. Block, palm. Block, palm. Right hooks, left toe in, and step. Right, left, and circle, shift to the right, and sink and punch. Cross, wrap cracker 1. Turn, wrap cracker 2. Wrap cracker 3. Reverse sweep. Wrap cracker 4. Wrap cracker 5. Wrap cracker 6. Punch, punch. Up. Bring it in. Jump. Step. No jump. Punch. Step back. Slide. Settle. In. Jump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Step and kick. Swing it in and kick. Step, step, wrong. Step, punch. All right. Yeah, you're getting the sequence down. Good job. Okay, let's switch to the fan. I would say let's do the form from the top, but what next class will consist of, because I feel like you're caught up mostly, even if you're not here in person. Next week doesn't matter, that would be my assessment, is that we can do some new movements. Just work on the new movements, because that's what's really good for one recording. You remember, oh, that recording on that date was when he first showed me those movements, and he's walking through real slowly. Then we can do it from the top up through the new movements, next class. So let's go ahead and switch to the fan. Okay, get your fan. We'll take a short break and then switch to the fan. Hello? Oh, All right, fan form. So we can follow the same progression here because there are no new moves. Or actually, we can go from the top, because that's what I recall we made it to, is Mr. Haley got caught up on the ending. and you haven't been caught up on the beginning, okay? And that's a great time to review, and I'll review the recording of the master, I forget his name, and we'll still follow his example and pace. But at some point, by the end of the year, you make it your own, right? You like this form, you like to just practice it, you want to do it for a competition or a demo or something, you make it your own. And at that point, it's good to kind of research. This is a modern form, it's not an ancient form. I mean, it's based on ancient forms, but it is definitely modern. I doubt the 19th generation Chen style master fan form, probably not. Okay, but for us, why not? And what I'm getting at is if you watch a lot of different recordings of it, you're going to see how other people have interpreted the form and how they made it their own, by still keeping the essence of Chen. So when you transcend it, like your Tiger Crane, if you've been doing it a long time, or your Yang style Tai Chi 108, you know, keep the standard of the school. When I say make it your own, I don't mean like break stop having your head suspended. I think I don't need head suspended. I think I'm going to try having my head looking at the floor the whole time. That's my interpretation. I'm like, no. Think of musicians. Someone else can sing a song and make it their own, perform it, and it's amazing. And it's like, it still needs to be quality. So at least for your practice and for your health. All right, from the top then. Not running the whole form from the top, but let's go to a certain point, and if I don't stop at some point, you can say, let's stop it. Okay, so here we are for reviewing from the beginning. Remember, one finger, and make sure you have room. Cats are put away, dogs are put away, and remember, you step, sink halfway, and then you come up, but only halfway. Now go down all the way. Turn as you come up. Turn the whole body as you come down. Turn the whole body and come up a little bit. And then now we can still turn like all our other Chen forms. And remember, when we get to here, this is a review from the very last recording. We're picking up this back foot. When we do, it's going to cause our shoulders to turn back a little bit because it has to. And then you step. So right now my shoulders are at 45, but to me, I think they feel like they're square to the front. They're not, but it feels like I squared to the front a little bit. Then you settle. Then you pick it back up and turn and sink. And think about the elbow. That's what we ended last class on. Just feel that elbow. Okay? And then stretch, let it naturally close. Step in, circle it in, down, and up, and down. We close it a little. The left hand goes down, the right hand goes by the shoulder. You know, I know you want to do this. You want to do this because that's what we do in all the other forms, in our Chan Sijing and everything. But in his form, he comes by your shoulder, and he turns out. And by the time the shoulders have turned to the right, 45 degrees approximately, you'll need to pick up that leg. You're going to set the fan in the bend of the elbow, the right palm's up, and we're going to turn to the left, cradle coming down, circling over, and going out. And so, we need to review that, I think. Let's make sure, and I'll also, actually, try it once on your own. No? No, okay, yeah, that's a good stopping point. Okay, let's, okay, try it from the top and see how far you make it. Okay, try it from the top. I know you can go further, but don't go further than that.
That's right.
Okay. And then we'll, then I'm gonna review facing the camera. It's all broken. I didn't want to turn them on. Just wanted to make this all clarified. Charging. So, not like 1 year. Warning. you're at home, give it a shot too, but only go up as far as what I just demonstrated. Okay, I see where you lost it. It's okay. I'm gonna do it again. Now this is not a way to learn the form, I think. Some teachers do teach this from day one, where they do the form correctly, facing their students, and you have to flip it in your head. You do gain the skill. You, at some point, if I only taught that way, you would have to get over it and do it. Okay, I don't think it's optimal. I don't mind catering to students. In the beginning, the only problem with catering to students in the beginning is they expect to be catered to in the middle and at the end and in the black sash class and the advanced black sash class. Right? I slightly deprive you of a skill of learning because I make it like, what's that book called that came out like in the 80s? For dummies, you know? It's like Tai Chi for dummies. But it's like, okay, well, how about Tai Chi for smart people? So, yeah, there's less students. So, here I go. I'm gonna face towards you and let you do it with me. Let's try it, okay? So, what I recommend is this form at this point for me as an instructor is, oh, you know the form, but you can't see some of the details. You know it well enough that you're not gonna really try to copy me, but then you know it well enough, you watch me, you're like, oh, that's what he's doing with his hand there. And you can go, oh, yeah, I'll do that with my hand, even though it's not a mirror. Yeah, so here we are. We're starting at the beginning. We take a step left. We sink down a little bit, and then we allow the hands to float up, but they only come up about halfway, and then everything goes down. Then, watch, I'm gonna circle coming up, and then down, and then up, and then here we are turning. Okay, you don't know it well enough yet. Okay, if you're confused, then you don't know it well enough. We'll turn around in a second. Okay, but you can keep watching for the details then. It's okay to just watch it. Here's what I want you to see on this one is look at the foot. See how it does that? And then it turns. And that turn lets you do that. There's that right hand by the left shoulder. There's that waving out. But as soon as I turn my body enough, I need to shift to the left and pick up that foot. And do you see that's underneath like that? Then I'm facing my right, you're facing your right, face your left, sink, and make a counterclockwise circle, then separate the hands to come out. I'm going to do a little bit more since I happen to be facing the camera, and I don't normally face you guys like this. And we'll do one more move. Okay. I'm going to turn back around, and I know what part you couldn't remember after, and we'll keep reviewing that. It's more clear as a review, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So, let's try it again, guys. From here. All right, the finger, remember? And sink and step. Sink halfway, and up. With the hands, down with everything. And up to the left, and down to the right, and turn to the right, and then center, and come up on the left, but don't come all the way up. You want to have your knees still bent. Turn and get ready to pass off the fan. Keep your shoulders and your body oriented towards your right. But then when you pick up this foot, you can't. The way they want to circle the foot in, you're going to have to turn back to bring the foot up. You're going to keep your shoulders there and then settle. Then they come back and pop up. Stretch and step in and down. And up and down. And here. And there it is. Pick it up. Scoop it under. Now here's the hard part. Everyone has hard part learning this. That's what I learned 6 months ago when everyone started. The counterclockwise circle, then it separates. The other thing is make sure you feel your weight on the right. Don't have the weight not on the right with a lean, because it seems like you should do that. Make your motion by sinking into that right leg. Okay, and then push up. And then stretch down. Make a clockwise circle. Pass off along the way. Here. And this one comes up instead of to the left. It comes up. And this one takes it hard when you do it. It's like from the Kung Fu. Because, see, in the Tai Chi, we're doing soft like that. But this one's a pop. And where do we do that? In Kung Fu class, we do the move side to side. So it's not really that poppy, but it is in this form. You're feeling like your wrist is firmly blocking something. Yeah. More? That again. That again. Okay. Cool. Shift, shift, so, don't lean, shift, 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 and, okay, and after saying all the shifts, I just noticed something with all those shifts that might help you. So, we have this, and we have the shift, and we have the shift, shift. If you shift to the right here and sink, then when you come up, you're shifting back actually. It's not just, if I was in the middle, I'd do this. But if I'm on the right, and I come here, I do this. You see how that, it's the shift, and the shift, not just the raising up, because it really is here. Yeah? It's your turn. Not on camera. Okay, no, not yet. Not yet? It's fine. I like this form, so I'll do it. I can do it 100 more times. Let's do it again. Yeah, so let's call it one more time, and then you at home, here, try it once or twice, 3 times on your own, just to kind of see, okay, did I remember that? Okay, yeah. And for performances, and really this is a performance form, wouldn't you agree? I mean, not all Tai Chi's appreciated, just like classical music or some genre of music that not everyone's into. You're like, okay, yeah, I can see they're good at it, I'm not into it. You know, and Tai Chi's real slow, so it's like, to watch it is not as interesting unless you have a real appreciation for it and the performance is good. So what I'm getting at is when you start your form, you want to start it off strong in a performance and clear and clean. And if it's a competition, then doing this section up to what we've been doing today would really be like, whew, yeah, you know, if I'm scoring, I'm like, wow, that's definitely an 8.8 or whatever. And then from there, I'm have to see it get worse or get really better. And then I'm like, oh no, actually this one's a 9 because they did dragon on the ground and their butt was on the ground. So, we take our step, we sing some more, come up, down, far as,
No, I thought we did the one,
Well, I
two,
mean,
three,
I
hop.
was doing more for the video.
Oh,
Can you do that much?
No, sir, I need to do it more.
You wanna do it solo or again with me?
Okay.
You try it solo? Okay, cool. Yeah, try it. You don't have to go further than that. Yeah, since I was facing the camera earlier, I'm like, well, since I'm here anyways facing the camera, let me go a little bit further. But yeah, we'll kind of follow Ms. Burns' pace today. So just go up to there, and actually, if you want to go up a little bit further like we did, that's fine. At home, you know, if you're not practicing, just do the same thing. Practice it a little bit. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, and that's the hard one. Yeah. We'll review that part again. Okay. Yeah, no, I know. By the way, everyone really struggled with that because it's not like any other form. When we have commonality of motion in the form, you know, it's simple. I don't think we'll have time. I don't want to spend the time doing the whole form today. I want to review that, so we spend that last bit on class doing that. But I do want to point out something. We kind of have these, what I would call soft closes and hard opens, right? But the hard opens are coming from the body as opposed to just flicking the wrist. You know, you can have the strength in your wrist to just flick it. But we also have hard closes, okay? But most of the closes in this form are soft closes. Like towards the end of the form, remember we had that kind of, we did the kick, and then we had a kind of a soft close, a hard open, and then we had a soft close, and so on and so forth. I'm just pointing it out because it's good to know y'all are doing a good job, I'm saying, on the opening. After we go here and we're stepping, and we settle, and we had this hard open, and then we had this, right? It wasn't in here. That wasn't the point of it. The point was, oh, I'm done. The next move is just me resetting the weapon to bring it up again, okay? So, speaking of which, let's go from the Buddha stamp, because that's really where we're looking at. So, from the Buddha stamp, and I'll still face the same direction, we're here, and we have a soft close. And that's a pass-off soft close. Now we've changed hands. Right hand comes up, right hand goes out, right leg picks up. Now here's the part. We kind of shift to the right for a second, but really we're going back to the left. And think about lifting up so that you can start your counterclockwise circle to let the palm go here. And then this feels familiar. Okay, and that's really the only, no other lazy about tying your robe opening in all the Chen forms is like that. It's going the wrong, it's like, wait, he's circling the other way. Okay, I'm gonna do it one more time facing that way, and then maybe one more time facing this that way, and then one more time from the top up to what we worked on today. Okay? So, one more time this way from Buddha stand. Here. Here we come up. We go straight out. We pick it up. Step. Now we're facing to the right. We need to face to the left. Sink. And let the legs take it in a clockwise. All the way around. One full circle to the shoulder level. And then straight across like any other Chen form. So. Okay. You can watch or try it. Here's the turn and pick it up. And now I'm facing my right. I need to face my left and be on the left to sink and make that full circle counterclockwise. Open horizontally, settle. Okay, you have a recording of it now. Now let's do it from the top up to there and we'll close out. Or one or two moves past that. step, settle, up, halfway, down, all the way. Pop it up, take it down. We really aren't working on pacing yet. We're working on correct form, not correct pacing. But we're getting there on correct pacing. Again, we'll do a couple more moves just to connect it together for next time. Remember what I said here? We're on the right and we shift back to the left. And then forward and punch slowly. Then whip it. Lean, lean, lean. And then we have, throw it up into the air. Okay, for another time. That's right before the single whip. All right, let's go ahead and bow out. We're 1 minute before the end, which is a little bit over for live streaming. So the next class can queue up. Beyond the masters who came before us and seek to follow their examples.
About a grandmaster instructor.
Thank you. About a 3rd degree and 2nd degree advanced block slash class dismissed. Watch your tactical. What did I call it? Tactical disbursement. That's what I'm calling it. Not social distancing. It's tactical disbursement. If people come in, just watch your tactical disbursement. Tactical disbursement. Your mask looks comfortable. Let me get mine real quick before you bow in. Yeah, I don't know. I have to open the door because I think they're being very respectful and not coming in. They're here. So I'll wave them in if there's anyone.
I don't think there is.
Well, oh, that's right. He comes to the day class, but.
Teaching to the void.
Okay. Figure out the computers everything's unplugged, and you do it in the right sequence. Does the computer come on first? Mr. Haley, before you start, if I have a computer that won't connect to the internet, do I reset, and I turn everything off, do I turn the router on and then the computer, or do I turn the computer on and then the router?
Shouldn't matter.
That's what he said. It's exactly what he said. I did trust your opinion, but,
Now, okay.
but he's doing hospital science.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
he does a network for the.
On all IT matters.
So here's a trick. Remember, especially because I assume it's wireless, right? No, water.
This is a back of house computer at Kickbutt Coffee. And it's not connecting to the internet, even though there is internet from that same router modem, which is a different modem.
Here's what you can do. You know, troubleshooting 101 is bring in a laptop in, hook that laptop up to that same thing, see if it gets on the internet. If it gets on the internet, you've got a problem with your computer. If that other laptop doesn't get on the internet, then you've got a problem with your cable or the router or
Cable, I'm
something.
familiar with the cable.
Anyway, it's just a way of,
Yeah. Cool, that reminds me, I should bring some cables. Okay. Thank you very much.
and the same thing, just keep
You know,
swapping parts until you figure out what's
yeah.
wrong.
The challenge is the router I have directly connected up to the PC that's a back of house computer has credit card numbers on it. So that router is made to be a firewall router.
It
That's
doesn't have a credit card on it.
what I'm saying is if I use a different router, the computer will not connect to it on purpose because it's PCI compliant.
Right.
Yeah. Because I have tried, I'm like, oh, I'll get a better router. Oh, no, I need to figure out how to configure it to be a firewall. Yeah. So nothing else can connect to that router do understand it, but we run out of time because he has to start his class. Yeah. But,
I'll be here tomorrow, I'll tell you.
well, I'll have to fix it tonight because otherwise we can't bring people up. But I might message you or something. Yeah. I'm gonna try these things first. I think one of them will work. I appreciate it.
Work when you restart everything.
Yeah, sometimes it works when we restart everything. But,
Is this, Windows or?
Windows 7.
Okay. You know how to do a command prompt?
Yeah.
Type ipconfig, all one word, IP.
So can you do this?
Yeah.
Because we're live and he has to do that. Can we talk outside?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, cool. Thanks,
Thanks.
Mr.
Sure. Forget you're an IT guru sometimes. All right, beginner Tai Chi. If you're watching, we'll start in just a moment. Or if you're not watching, we'll still start in just a moment. Let's begin. Oh, never mind, one second. Drink over here is mine, in case you're curious.
Oh, yeah. Not that one. Cool. I think you probably do have, and I didn't tell you the other day when you didn't think you had anyone. When I left, I saw a bunch of people.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep, you got at least 2.
All right, bow to each other. Let's begin a little breathing and relaxation. Separate your feet comfortably apart. Apply a little bit of pressure with your hands. Close your eyes. I would recommend having the lips slightly sealed, teeth gently meshed together. You can picture that illustration in the Mekong book, where the breath is easy. The breath is easy to move through. The saliva will naturally go down the back. You can even take your tongue and put the tip of the tongue against the roof of the mouth right behind the front teeth. See if you can feel that cascade of relaxation flow down the body. Relax the muscles of the face. Relax around the scalp, around the eyes, through the jaw, into the neck. Breathe in deeply. Breathe out slowly. And be relaxed. Relax the shoulders, the upper back and the chest. Feel the arms and hands soften a little. Let go of excess tension from the stomach. Feel into the low back and release tension there. Relax the waist and the hips. Feel that cascade continue into the thighs, the backs of the legs, allowing the knees to feel softer. Relax the calves, the ankles, and the feet. heel, the top of the foot, the bottom of the feet. Feel the toes relax. Release. Lower the hands, open the eyes. Separate your feet to the shoulder width apart. Let's do a little embracing horse. Since we've got a late start, we'll just do about 2 minutes today. So bend the knees. Also, if you normally pace yourself for 3, maybe go a little lower. Just a little reminder that even though our first instruction to you might be all about relaxation in this posture, it's not totally limp. So feel a little extension, a little stretch. Not a lot. Feel it through the arms, the fingers. You can even extend it to the rest of the body. It's hard to feel, in my opinion, it's hard to feel exactly what the spine is doing, but see if you can apply that to the area around the spine, from where your pelvis is tucked up to the top, where it connects to the head, where your chin is slightly tucked. Focus on the breath as you hold. Or if you're focusing on alignment, just breathe deeply. Just about 30 more seconds. And release. Straighten the legs, lower the hands. Circle the arms up. Breathe in. Push the palms down. Breathe out. Okay. Now we've been making some good progress in our first section. Let's review from the top as a continued warm-up. Start with the feet close together, hands relaxed by the sides. Look for that centered, relaxed feeling, whatever part of that you experienced during the breath, during the warm-up. And begin, step left. Commence. Ward off right. Ward off left. Ward off right. Pull back and press. Push. Single width. Lift hands. Strike with shoulder. Reset. do that one more time. If you're just focusing on the moves, if you're having trouble remembering the moves, this won't mean much. But as we go through, try to feel as soft as possible throughout the body. If you notice that you're feeling tense in any part, just try to release it and move with as much softness as you can. Step left, sink, step out, sink a bit more. Come in, feel that softness in the arms, and then feel that softness in the arms again. Ward off right. Let the body turn. Ward off left. Sink the step, shift, even turn with softness. Ward off right. Turn, step, shift, and then turn again. Or turn back. Pull back and press. Relax the arms. Try to turn from the body without the legs going out of alignment. Press. Push. Single whip. Turn. Sink. Turn. Lift hands. Soft. Strike the shoulder. White crane spreads wings. Turn. Turn. Step up. Are you warm enough yet? Okay. Let's look at some details of some of these later moves that we've been looking at. We talked a lot about strike with shoulder and some about white crane. Let's look at the white crane starting from strike with shoulder. How to get into a good strike with shoulder, you ask? Well, turn the left toes out at an angle, put the right foot in front, almost on a line, or on a line, shift forward, and you'll have the right hand low, touching the thigh, the left hand high, touching the shoulder. From the side, it would look like this. We talked about not overleaning, so my foot comes up, not leading with the face, not hiding the face, striking with the shoulder, being able to see where we're going. And if you think of the head suspended, it's the head suspended. That will help you feel exactly where to go with the upper body. So start from your strike with shoulder. White crane spreads wings. Good workout for that right thigh. Turn your left. Turn to your right. Step up. The left, follow. Reset. Let's do that 2 more times. Turn to your left. Turn to your right. And step up the left foot. The ball of the foot. I might say toe, but release the ball of the foot. 1 more time. Turn left. Turn right. Step. And release. Okay. Let's look at the white crane spreads wings in some detail. I talked about some things, but things are occurring to me that I didn't mention last class, so now's a good time to do that. What did we cover? Well, let's review that first. I'll flip it. I won't know what angle to do this one. I'm going to go at a 45-degree angle. If this is weird, I might not do it again. But so here I am at 45 in my strike with shoulder. We talked about. Did we talk about that? I don't know. Let's see. When you turn to the left, see if you can feel that right arm connected to your turn and not just moving on its own. It might move some on its own, but just not all on its own. When you turn to the right, they start to separate. You feel the weight leaving the left foot, and then you step up and just touch down with the ball of the foot. Talked about how there's very little weight, kind of joking about percentages, but just think like 1% or 0.5% of your weight in that foot. So little that you can pick it up without really changing the rest of your body. Talked about the arms. Right hand up like you're blocking the sun, left hand down like you're patting the dog. Both still have that rounded, connected feel, so they don't totally straighten out. They have that extended, embracing horse, rounded, connecting feel. Even though they're twisted out, they still have that. I might not have mentioned that the right leg is bent too. You might, the posture does sort of come up from some of the other ones, so you might not see it, but there's a bend to the right leg. The thigh is working very hard, and it should be pretty painful if you hang out in it for too long, especially if you're not used to it. It should feel pretty intense in that thigh. We talked about how it has the displaying, like a displaying plumage kind of thing, like showing off almost, like trying to seem bigger and more intimidating than you might physically be. There's a common mistake that I did not mention, which is, I'll do it from the side here. The common mistake would be that when I say turn to the left, I mean don't shift the weight. But when you turn to the left, the natural inclination might be to shift to your left and then shift to your right, coming back up. But I don't want that kind of momentum going that way when I shift forward. If I keep my weight mostly on my right leg, don't shift. When I turn, it actually feels more intense in the right leg. And then when I come up, it feels like it's releasing just a little bit. Not releasing much, because I still feel a lot going on there, but it's released some. And my momentum is sort of spiraling up out of the ground rather than translating sideways. So let's practice that together some more. From your strike the shoulder. Go very slowly and sort of talk about these pitfalls. Turn to the left. Try not to shift. Try not to lean too much. Turn to the right. Feel the weight leaving the left foot. And then step up. You do want a tucked pelvis here, and that'll help you feel how to settle into that right leg. If I untuck, it doesn't feel right. There's a pressure in the knee in the wrong place. So keep tucked in the pelvis when you come up into that posture. Let's practice it a couple more times. Begin. White crane spreads wings. And one more. Nice and slow, nice and relaxed. And begin. Turn. Turn the other way. And step up. All right, are you feeling the essence of the crane from the snake in the crane? Cool. Anything else? Oh, let's talk about ideas of applications for your white crane spread wings. This particular application is kind of interesting. It has the idea of blocking two things coming at you at once, which doesn't often happen as far as I know in self-defense situations, but possibly could if someone wanted to attack you that way. So what you're doing is you're thinking of coming up with the right arm to block some attack that would be coming at you from here and deflect it up a little bit. You're coming down with the left arm, imagining someone attacking maybe with a kick to the groin. So you're kind of sweeping it out of the way. And then that left foot coming up to just gently touch down looks so peaceful and nice. Well, that left foot coming up is actually an implied kick to the groin of your opponent who just tried to kick you. So once again, for the application idea, we would turn and we would turn, and as we're stepping up, think of the right as blocking some attack upwards. Think of the left as blocking down and aside with some kick. And then think of the stepping up as your own knee or kick that doesn't quite get to happen. You could say it's implied rather than explicit in them. Okay, if you have any questions about any of that stuff, send it in. We'll practice that move some more in conjunction with others in a bit. let's look at brush, knee, push. Brush, knee, push is a move that will come up over and over again as we learn the larger 108. It happens 5 times in the first section alone, even though one's on the other side of the body. So let's get started on brush, knee, push, and we may spend more time on it, or we may just continue to work on it as we get to all the other brush, knee, pushes. But for now, let's start from our finished white crane position. Here's the shortcut to get into that. You'll have your right toes pointed forward. You'll shift all of your weight into the right leg and step up with the left ball of your foot. As far as foot placement, I don't know if I mentioned this last time either. You want to feel like you're facing the corner of your, if you had a compass, like a directional compass on the ground, and this was north, you would want to be facing northwest, or just, 45 degrees to the left from the front. So if you don't do that, if you still try to face forward but turn things that way, it doesn't work. So you're facing, the attack is coming from that angle. But to get into it, yeah, you'll step up with the ball of the foot. It's not even with the right, it's going to be a little bit out in front. Also, the leg's not straight, I didn't mention that. Have it a little bent, and that's a self-defense concept. If your leg's already locked out and someone attacks your knee, it can be really bad for your knee. It might be bad anyway, but keep a little bend so that there's some give if someone attacks the knee. Left hand down, like you're patting the dog, right hand up like you're blocking yourself. Check your weight, pick the ball of the foot up. If your right thigh is saying, why don't we move on? Good. Let's do brush, knee, push. Turn to the left hand will go by the right elbow. Turn to the right, the left hand, I said that backwards, reset, sorry. Turn to the left, right hand will go by the left elbow. Turn to the right, left hand will go by the right elbow. Sink down, step in, step out to double dragons, heel toe, shift to the left, turn to the left, turn the right toes in. The left hand would brush by the knee, the right would come out in kind of a push or leading with the palm. At the end, to check yourself, you would look for your normal double dragons, not on a tight rope. Rounded, connected in the arm, and this hand will be kind of in front of the body. We'll talk about that more in a second. Reset the white crane spreads wings. See if you can get into it just like we talked about it a moment ago. And begin, turn to the left, right hand by left elbow. Turn to the right, left hand by right elbow. Sink down, step in, step out, heel toe. Shift to the left, turn to the left, turn the right toes in. And brush, knee, push, it's not actually brushing, it's brushing by your knee. One more time. Turn to the left, right hand by left elbow. Turn to the right, left hand by right elbow. Sink, step, shift, turn. And release. Okay. We have a few minutes left. Let's look at it in detail from the other side so you can see it better. Here's my white crane. I just watch it unless you're really good at turning it around in your head and you've seen everything, you don't need to see it anymore. Begin. Here I go. Feel for that weight distribution at the end, 60-40 on the front. Were you able to see it all? Watch out for leaning forward. I think I've seen that happen. You want to feel pretty upright. There's a bit of that tuck in the pelvis. Feel your head suspended. Okay. What should we do? How to manage the time. Let's practice that a little bit. I think we'll do more detail on brush, knee, push next class with ideas of applications, common errors like that. But for now, let's just practice it a bit. Begin. Reset. Begin. There is the idea of the counterbalance in the step. So when I'm circling my arms, this right hand is kind of out and behind me to my right side. Even when I sink and step, it's got a little bit of weight out here to counter that weight in the foot over there. Going back to your step test, you don't want to fall into it. Feel your head suspended, sink to help you step. Feel the counterbalance, shift, and turn. And I was looking at the camera, so it kind of changed it a little bit. But here's another example. So. Counterbalance, yeah. We could also talk about inside circles. Might save that for next class. But just the short version real quick is, when I'm circling my arms, it's kind of like I'm making these circles that come in with the hands in opposite points on the circle at the same time. So if you can see that, that's where it is. All right. For the rest of our basic training, I think we should just do some continuous practice. So let's go back to single whip. So think of what moves would come after that for your sequence work. Lift hands would be the next. Try to think of what's next. Strike the shoulder would be next. Try to think of what's after that. White crane spreads wings, yeah. And then try to think of what's after that. Brush, knee, push. So let's do those moves. Lift hands. Strike the shoulder. White crane spreads wings. Brush, knee, push. One more time, let's go a little slower. When you practice Tai Chi, look for an even pace. So not speeding up, not slowing down, not stopping either, especially not stopping. Lift hands. Strike with shoulder. White crane spreads wings. Brush, knee, push. I stopped. I'll blame it on teaching. You have to stop to learn it. But eventually you want it to be continuous. Let's do one more time so we can get the continuity right, so I can get the continuity right. Begin. Lift hands. Don't be discouraged if you stop. It's a goal to not stop it. It's a long term. Strike the shoulder. White crane spreads wings. Brush, knee, push. You can stop at the end. That's okay. All right. So, yeah, I think we'll leave it at that for basic training today. If you have any questions about any of that, let me know. And next class, we'll plan to go into more detail on the brush, knee, push, talk more about some of the concepts, the application, and how to move while you're doing it. Okay, let's bow out our basic training. Follow the 5 hearts: faith, respect, perseverance, patience, and humility. Bow to each other. All right. Very good. Basic training dismissed. Like such training, in just about a minute, we'll look at the next of the 10 important points. Oh, yes. Here we go. Okay, so informally, these 10 points, I'm sure I didn't come up with this, I'm sure someone told me this, but I kind of put them into 5 and 5. Like the first 5 seem pretty obviously physical. You know, what do you do with your head, even though it's talking about more than that. What do you do with your chest and your shoulders and your back? What do you do with your waist, your legs, your feet? When we get to 6 through 10, it gets a little more mental, or you might even say spiritual, depending on what that word means to you. Number 6. Again, nice, short, important point. Use mind and do not use strength. Yeah, I'll say that again. Use mind and do not use strength. So we could define terms, or we could do the commentary. Let's define terms. The mind and strength here aren't direct translations, of course. The mind is the word eat, which, where are you? Which is, according to this book, is the part of the mind that governs the movement of the body. It's associated with the idea that precedes an action. Their example here is if you're driving a car and you want to make a right turn, first your E wants to make it, then the body follows it. It's coming up. So you think of whatever part of your mental process feels like it says, this is what I'm going to do before you do it. That's your mind. That's your E. And then the strength here is you can't use no strength. The strength here is Li, which means localized muscular strength. So it's, pick like one muscle and that has Li in it. So we're talking about not using that particular localized strength, but using our intention to act instead. Now that sounds odd maybe to you, but there's a lot of commentary on this one, so I'm just going to read it and then try not to stop with terms too often. So, commentary. What the whole Tai Chi Chuan treatise says is to use mind and to not use strength. In Tai Chi Chuan's training, the whole body becomes loose and open. There's no localized muscle strength that would stifle the tendons and bones and blood circulation, so as to cause you to be bounded by your own strength. If you are not that way, bounded by your own strength, then you will be light and swift and able to change circular turning at will. Perhaps you may doubt that you shouldn't use strength. You wonder how you're going to increase your strength. The human body has many channels as the ground has channels, and in parentheses, springs, sewer drains, etc. If these channels are not obstructed, the water is able to flow through. If the tendons, ligaments, and blood vessels are not closed, then the chi is able to flow through. If the whole body stiffens up, then the chi and blood will get stopped, will not move smoothly. If you pull one hair, the whole body will move. If you do not use strength but use mind, then wherever your E wants, that's where your chi will be. If you do this the way you're supposed to, the chi will flow daily, moving back and forth, flowing throughout the body without stopping any time. Practice like this for a long time, then this is the authentic internal Jing, or power. This is, as the Tai Chi Chuan Classic says, extreme softness can later become extreme hardness. For the people who are expert in Tai Chi Chuan, their upper arms and upper backs are like iron wrapped with cotton, extremely heavy. For the people who train in the external systems, when they are using strength, their strength shows. When they are not using strength, they become light and floating, off balance. From this, we can see that their strength is only on the surface. This external system strength is very easily achieved by others and is not considered to be of great value. So I'll leave aside the talking about the other systems for now. Not that interesting to me. I like a lot of styles. I think they all have great things to offer. Tai Chi Chuan happens to be the one that I've chosen as my main art, but I like and respect a lot of them. So anyway. Yeah, so this gets at a lot of things. One thing that jumps out is the whole, if you stiffen up, then you can be moved as a unit. Whereas if you are not stiff, you can't be so easily manipulated. And a good example of this, I think, is if you've ever played like light as a feather, stiff as a board, when you straighten your body, people can kind of handle you and manipulate you, and hopefully you trust them. I think that's a trust exercise. But so yeah, so if you become firm, then people can kind of handle you like you would handle a rod. Whereas the counterexample would be a child that does not want to be picked up. If you try to pick them up, they go limp and loose and kind of falling all over the place. And there's no way to manipulate them as a unit because the shape keeps changing where the weight's distributed. And this is the whole rod versus chain thing. Like you could have like a rod of a certain weight that seems pretty heavy, but you can still pick it up and do things with it. But you take that same amount of weight and put it into a chain, and whatever you pick up, the other parts are always spilling out and going different directions, and it's harder to handle. So in this case, you are being that chain. You want to be that chain that's harder to handle for your opponent. Another thing it reminds me of is, oh gosh, I'm sorry, we'll do some Tai Chi in a second. This is a long lecture. But another thing it reminds me of is drunk driving accidents. What? In drunk driving accidents, the person who is not drunk usually gets more injured than the person that is drunk, all things could be equal, right? So if you see the wreck happening and you get stiff, then your body is easily damaged by what happens to it, whereas the person who's drunk may not even realize it's happening, and they're relaxed enough that the damage may be less. I know it's very general, but as an idea, that's what brings it to mind. So how do we do it? If you have any questions about any of that, let me know. So how do we practice it? Well, we're going to go through our first section and just make an effort to let go of any leap, let go of any stiffness, tension, local strength that might bind us. How do we do that? Relax. Relax. Not relax, but relax. Okay. So we'll go through the first section. If you notice some part moving on its own with local muscular strength, try to let it go. As always, forget about the other first 5 points for now. Forget about making your form perfect. Use mind, not strength. And straight. As you're going, just continually check yourself for the feeling of over-strengthening or tensing. Do another quick check. Where do you feel the leap? Where do you feel tension? Where do you feel some part of your body tighter than the rest, doing more than the rest? Especially on moves that are more challenging or less familiar, do have extra vigilance for over strength in any part. Let the strength be distributed. You know, let's do that one more time. See if there's anything else to add to it right now. Maybe you can get a feeling like the breathing and relaxation from the start of classes. And if you have ever felt where you can suddenly feel the whole thing and just be aware of the whole thing, see if you can do that, where you're suddenly just aware of the whole system as you're moving through. As opposed to, I'm moving my hand. You know, your mind is in this part or that part. Let it be in no particular part. Begin. the open channels, open pathways. See if you can get a sense of where anything might be blocked off. Close. Okay, so yeah, that's the first of the second set of 5, we could call it, where we get more into the mental and associated ideas. Let me know if none of that, or let me know if any of that didn't make sense, or if none of that made sense, and yeah, I'll try to help you out next class. All right, let's do our life skill. Path of self-mastery requires a creative spirit. Creative spirit has no self-doubt. Path of self-mastery requires a creative spirit. A creative spirit has no self-doubt. Path of self-mastery requires a creative spirit. Creative spirit has no self-doubt. Access training dismissed. Very good. All right. Master's path. We will resume in just a second. Okay, Master's Path. I think today we'll continue our journey into more advanced moves. And this one's called Fair Lady Works Shuttles. That's one of them. There's a set of 4 in the advanced section called 4 corners. And what made me think of it is our life skill, when we're in that final position, is a lot like Fair Lady Works Shuttles. So, what we'll do is, kind of like Cloud Hands, there's a transition to get into it that's in some ways more complicated than the move itself. So we will start with a general sort of how to do Fair Lady Works Shuttles, the move, outside of the context of the form. We don't have a whole lot of time, probably like 5 or 6 minutes to give a good transition to the next class. So let's just do that. We'll in the form they go to the corners. We're going to do it facing forward, like the life skill. So how to do that? Well, I have to do some translation real quick. Let's do it like this. Let's have the right toes turned out 40. No, let's have them turned towards the wall, turned out 90 degrees from the front, and we're going to step in with the left foot and just have it kind of light, like we were about to step out. And then the arms, we're going to have this what we call like holding the baby or something, and it's, or you could think of it like an L, or like a T if it was my whole arm, but think like an L right here. And they're not touching, but they're both rounded and connected. And can you see me in that kind of position? Yeah. That's our starting position. So step to double dragons, shift to the left, turn to the left, turn the right toes in. And then the arms, you probably can't even see it from there, but the left is rounded up like the opposite one from white crane spreads wings, like you're blocking the sun. The right is pushing like you're in a brush knee push, like we just did a few of those, right? So, reset. Right toes towards your right wall, left foot light. L, baby holding hands, whatever you want to call it. Step to your double dragons, heel toe. Excuse me, shift to your left. Turn. Let the right toes turn. Reset. Let's do that a couple more times so you get a feel for it. We'll look at it from the front, and that will be about all we have time for. Step. Shift. And turn. Once more. Step. Shift. Turn. Okay. Since you can't see what the hands are doing, I'm going to do it at a different angle for the camera. That's all. I don't know what to say about it right now. Normal questions are, why are the hands turning at the time that they're turning? Common mistake is to not turn enough that the right hand goes forward. If I turn it to the side, you'll see that my right hand ends up farther out, not because I'm reaching farther with that arm, but because I've turned in the body, and that's the way they naturally align when they're rounded and connected here, and more just kind of sink elbow here. And then how do the arms turn? Well, if you can go back to loosen the waist, use mind, not strength, sink shoulders, drop elbows, and then turn the body, and see if you can just relax the arms and get them to go where they seem to be going when I do it. More specifically, the left arm rotates while I turn, because it was in a position to do so. The right arm shoots forward also with my turn, thinking of connecting to the right hip. Yeah, no other common mistakes come to mind. Let's practice. We'll talk about ideas of applications later. Oh yeah, it's double dragon's weight at the end. Most important part, feet. So just feel your normal 60-40 weight distribution. Your tuck, you're not leaning forward, right? We have the tendency of when we're shifted back and leaning forward, sometimes we'll want to come forward and still lean forward. No, you keep your tuck, right? You keep your tuck. Come up right again. Okay, let's do 3 more together. Fair lady work shuttles. We'll do it on the other side too. Next class. 1. Reset. 2. Check yourself. Before you wreck yourself, reset. 3. Don't wreck yourself, actually. Just check yourself. Okay, let's bow out our master's path. Bow to each other, master's path dismissed. All right.
never want to come back, but, we're trying to figure out how do we get the school to be safe for the senior students,
Right.
especially since they're in that high risk group.
Right. I mean, it should be relatively safe, but they all have masks. They're all distance, I mean. But I guess anytime you get people in a closed space,
It's gonna be tough.
it's potentially risky.
And right now, we're just relying on the fact that it's what, like, a little over 1,000 people in Austin.
Yeah, it's not very many.
Out of, how many is it? 2 million in the metro area.
Yeah, no, what
That's-
percentage is that, like,
It's
less than one, right?
less than one, it's less than a tenth of a percent.
Yeah, that's pretty low.
Um,
But,
Well,
another
one-
variable is the amount of tests, like, I don't know how many people have actually been tested.
It's
I don't think it's very many.
not very many.
I wouldn't even know where to get one. I mean, I know you get the antibody ones, like, at a bunch of places.
Yeah. But those are entirely reliable, so you don't know.
Right.
And that's only if you got an over, like you were just about to be bad. Because you wouldn't have the antibodies if you're still infected.
True.
Unless your body's actively fighting it.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't tell you that much.
Yeah. But the main testing, there's a whole bunch of testing sites. That's pretty much all there is to it.
Yeah, that's good.
You know, there's two of them really close to you.
Really?
Yeah, there's, it's like 183 and 35.
Huh.
But the old,
Oh, yeah, that,
Depot?
yeah.
and
That's why those people, okay, I was gonna say, it was like shut down, I saw a bunch of cars in there, I was like, what are these people
and
in?
there's another one over on like 290 and between 183 and 35. There's a high school or something over there.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think it's LBJ.
Yeah.
Bye, sir.
Bye, sir. Yeah, I think it's the parking lot for the high school. Or you guys can find the spot.
Instructor, do you have anyone coming in, or should I lock it up?
This is it, includes everybody.
Cool. I'll lock it up, but someone will cry.
Yeah, they're correct, because they're late.
Yeah.
Checking my wallet, keys. It doesn't have to be.
Bow to head instructor.
Bow to beginner level students and everybody at home. All right, 75 jumping jacks.
Yes, sir.
Begin.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Push-up position.
Sir.
First set of 10 push-ups.
Sir.
Begin. 1, sir. 2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir. 9, sir. 10,
Sir.
Rest your leg.
Sir.
All right. So,
last class. We made it up to our crane inside block and our crane outside block.
Yes, sir.
We have that crane outside block. Hopefully today, we're gonna be able to get to the double high. So that leaves us with, after today, we'll have 6 classes left. And then, I don't know what we're gonna do for testing week. Hasn't been decided.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're gonna do graduation. There's a plan to do testing and graduation at some point. What's the point of doing it if you can't, advance?
Right.
You can't go to the advanced class. I think that's the goal of this class is, to go to the advanced class.
Sir.
Hopefully, we'll have a plan for that.
Okay.
May just be a virtual
Recorded
graduation.
maybe, or, yeah.
Yeah, we run the test like we normally do into a virtual graduation, so we had to be present to graduate, or present to test.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I don't know. All right, second set.
Sir.
Begin. 1, sir. 2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir. 9,
Sir.
10,
Sir.
Seems crane has gone by fast.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? Well, we're technically, I guess this is the 6th class. So we should be a long ways through it right now. So after today, that'll mark kind of the halfway point. We're 50% of the way through the class. I don't think we're 50% of the way through crane yet. We still have what's it? 4 more blocks? 5 more blocks. We have 3 kicks, and we have the 3 advanced crane kicks. Third left. All right, last set.
Yes, sir.
Begin. 1, sir. 2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir. 9, sir. 10.
Sir.
On your backs. For bicycle crunches.
Sir.
First set of 25.
Yes, sir.
Begin. 1, sir. 2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir.
9,
Sir. 10, sir. 11, sir. 12, sir. 13, sir. 14, sir. 15, sir. 16, sir. 17, sir. 18, sir. 19, sir. 20, sir. 1, sir. 2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. Rest.
Sir.
Second set.
Yes, sir.
Begin.
1,
1, sir. 2, sir. 3, sir.
4,
4, sir.
5,
5, sir. 6, sir.
7,
7, sir. 8, sir. 9, sir. 10, sir.
11, sir.
12, sir. 13, sir. 14, sir. 15, sir. 16, sir. 17, sir. 18, sir.
19, sir.
20, sir.
1,
sir. 2, sir.
3, sir.
4, sir.
5, sir.
Rest.
Sir.
Last set.
Yes, sir.
Begin. 1, sir. 2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir. 9, sir. 10, sir. 11, sir. 12, sir. 13, sir. 14, sir. 15, sir. 16, sir. 17, sir. 18, sir. 19, sir. 20, sir. 1, sir. 2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. Sit up.
Sir.
Feet straight on front.
Sir.
Reach up. Bend forward. Touch your toes.
Sir.
1, sir. 2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir. 9, sir. 10, sir. 11, sir. 12, sir. 13, sir. 14, sir. 15, sir. 16, sir. 17, sir. 18, sir. 19, sir.
20, sir.
Bend one leg in.
Sir.
Reach up. Bend forward. Touch your toes.
Sir.
1, sir. 2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir. 9, sir. 10, sir. 11, sir. 12, sir. 13, sir. 14, sir. 15, sir. 16, sir. 17, sir. 18, sir. 19, sir.
20, sir.
Switch legs.
Sir.
Reach up. Bend forward. Touch your toes. 1, sir. 2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir. 9, sir. 10, sir. 11, sir. 12, sir. 13, sir. 14, sir. 15, sir. 16, sir. 17, sir. 18, sir. 19, sir. 20, sir. Sit up.
Sir.
Bottoms of the feet together.
Sir.
All right, push the knees down, back straight, head held high. Bend forward, touch your nose to your toes or as low as you can go. 1, sir. 2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir. 9, sir. 10, sir. 11, sir. 12, sir. 13, sir. 14, sir. 15, sir. 16, sir. 17, sir. 18, sir. 19, sir.
20, sir.
Sit up.
Sir.
Feet wide apart.
Sir.
Hands up.
Sir.
1, sir.
2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir. 9, sir. 10, sir. 11, sir. 12, sir. 13, sir. 14, sir. 15, sir. 16, sir. 17, sir. 18, sir. 19, sir. 20, sir.
Reach to one side.
Yes, sir.
Reach to the other side.
Sir.
Reach to both sides.
Sir.
Widen your stretch if you can.
Sir.
Put your head to the floor as low as it'll go.
Sir.
1, sir. 2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir. 9, sir. 10, sir. 11, sir. 12, sir. 13, sir. 14, sir. 15, sir. 16, sir. 17, sir. 18, sir. 19, sir. 20, sir. Lift up and turn towards your right side.
Sir.
1, sir. 2, sir.
Sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir.
9, sir. 10, sir. 11, sir.
Sir. 12, sir. 13, sir. 14, sir. 15, sir. 16, sir. 17, sir. 18, sir. 19, sir. 20, sir.
Switch sides.
Sir.
1, sir. 2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir. 9, sir. 10, sir. 11, sir. 12, sir. 13, sir. 14, sir. 15, sir. 16, sir. 17, sir. 18, sir. 19, sir. 20, sir. Go back to center.
Sir.
We're gonna push up. 1, 2, 3. Gonna walk it back. Hands up. 1, sir.
2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir. 5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir. 9, sir. 10, sir. 11, sir. 12, sir. 13, sir. 14, sir. 15, sir. 16, sir. 17, sir. 18, sir. 19, sir. 20, sir.
Great. We're gonna go feet straight out in front.
Sir.
Reach up. Bend forward. Touch your toes.
Sir.
1, sir.
2, sir. 3, sir. 4, sir.
5, sir. 6, sir. 7, sir. 8, sir. 9, sir. 10, sir. 11, sir. 12, sir. 13, sir. 14, sir. 15, sir. 16, sir. 17, sir. 18, sir. 19, sir. 20, sir. We're gonna go onto our backs. And we're going to bridge up. Sir. And back down. Sure. Hug your knees. We're gonna rock backwards, forwards. Stand up. All right, just out. Okay. So far we have learned crane breathing, crane stances, crane high block, crane inside block, and crane outside block. Okay. Let's review all of those, and then let's move on to new blocks.
Sir.
Finish stance.
Yes, sir.
Stand tall.
Yes, sir.
Say tay tie.
Tay tie.
Hands up. Look left. Back to center. 1, 2, 3. Push. 1, 2, 3. Push. 1, 2, 3. Push. Jump. Down up. Feet together.
Yes, sir.
Right. Any questions so far on this one?
No, sir.
No, sir.
All right. Those at home, there were no questions. Let me clarify. Okay. Sometimes it's a case of, the people in the class have the same questions that people at home may have, that it just can't ask.
Sir.
Okay. Finish stance.
Yes, sir.
Stand tall.
Yes, sir.
Say tay tie.
Tay tie.
Hands up. Look left. Back to center. 1, 2, 3. Push. Get it all out. 1, 2, 3. Push. 1, 2, 3. Push. Jump. Down up. Feet together.
Yes, sir.
One last time.
Sir.
Attention stance.
Yes, sir.
Stand tall.
Yes, sir.
Say tay tie.
Tay tie.
Hands up. Look left. Back to center. 1, 2, 3. Push. 1, 2, 3. Push. 1, 2, 3. Push. Jump. Down up. Feet together.
Yes, sir.
All right. Crane stances. Attention stance.
Yes, sir.
Stand tall.
Yes, sir.
High crane.
High crane.
Middle crane.
Middle crane.
Low crane.
Low crane.
Monkey hop. Bow stance left.
Bow stance left.
Cross stance right.
Cross stance right.
Clap. Bow stance left.
Bow stance left.
Crane stance right.
Crane stance right.
Dragon stance.
Dragon stance right.
Feet together.
Sir.
Questions on this one?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Having difficulty getting into the crane stance. I'm sorry, into the dragon stance.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Okay. So this is one of those ones where you don't have to go all the way down. Okay. So if you have a problem getting into the dragon stance, you don't have to go all the way to the bottom of the dragon stance. The most important thing for the dragon stance is that you get as low as you can, without losing your balance, without having to use your hands to balance yourself. So if you can't get all the way down to here, without having to put your hands on the floor or you're losing your balance, the best thing to do is go as low as you can to keep your balance, and then over time you're slowly going to build up your balance. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the reason I'm saying this is it's kind of like if you've ever ridden a bicycle with training wheels,
you're gonna rely on the training wheels. And so that's kind of what you're doing. So the first time you ever take those training wheels off, it's scary. You can't ride your bike as well as you could with the training wheels. But the fact that you took the training wheels off, you're terrible at riding your bike, you eventually got a lot better. Okay, so that's kind of the same thing here. You want to kind of like try to keep your balance without putting your hands down. Go as low as you can. Once you start to feel you've lost your balance, stop going down. Okay, there is absolutely no shame in your dragon stance being up here. Okay,
Sir.
all right. We're gonna do it one more time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, stance.
Yes, sir.
Stand tall.
Yes, sir.
High crane.
High crane.
Middle crane.
Middle crane.
Low crane.
Low crane.
Monkey hop.
Up.
Bow stance left.
Bow stance left.
Cross stance right.
Cross stance right.
Clap. Bow stance left.
Bow stance left.
Crane stance right.
Crane stance right.
Dragon stance right.
Dragon stance right.
Feet well.
Sir.
All right. Blocks. Attention stance.
Yes, sir.
Stand tall.
Yes, sir.
Say take, tie, pay.
Take, tie, hey.
Crane high block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more, we're gonna go a little faster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Feet together.
Sir.
All right. Crane inside block. This one comes in front of the face and it kind of goes out in an armpit. I think last time we had the question of is the inside, or was the outside in front of us,
Yes, sir.
or is it away from us just like the
Yes,
inside?
yes.
The outside block was away, the inside block is away. So we're all going to be, they'll start out to meet.
Yes, sir.
The punch. Okay. Change stance.
Yes, sir.
Stand tall.
Yes, sir.
Say take, tie, hey.
Take, tie, hey.
Crane inside block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more, we're going to go a little faster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Feet together.
Sir.
Ooh, that one's tough, isn't it? I know, it's one of those ones where you're trying to get your brain to do this, but it kind of feels like you're doing it through mud or sand or something like that. I went through the same thing whenever when I was in high school. I was learning how to sprint. So sprinting. So as a kid, you learn how to run, and then you get into high school and it's like you want to run faster. You can't. You're only going to go so fast. So you have to change the way you run. So your sprint stride is not the same as your run stride. The first time you do it, when you start learning it, you go a lot slower because your brain is kind of that. It feels like you're running through mud. But then eventually, the more you do it, the faster it gets.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Crane outside block. Attention stance.
Yes, sir.
Stand tall.
Yes, sir.
Say take, tie, pay.
Take, tie, hey.
Crane outside block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm gonna go sideways so you can kind of see. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Feet together.
Sir.
All right. Whew. That's pretty good, wasn't it? How are your
Yes,
legs
sir.
feeling?
Pretty good.
Both everybody's legs at home feeling good? Okay. Sorry. Okay, it's not funny. I know after double high, a lot of times people will be like, oh, it hurts, and then kind of giggle about it, because it hurts. So double high is also going to kind of be like one of those semi-hypoxic things where you're exhausting your bloodstream of oxygen, but you still have to force those legs to work. So a lot of times when we do it, we're moving pretty fast. So like there's very little rest in between. It makes it a lot harder.
Yes, sir.
You can definitely feel it, and then we do kind of a recovery afterwards. But double high, this is a part of our trying to get ourselves to go higher. The higher we go, then the more powerful our kicks, the faster our kicks are going to be.
Yes, sir.
When we do our double high, we want to make sure that when we do this jump, that our knees are coming to our chest. That's the most important part. It's going to be the hardest part for everybody, especially since a lot of times you sit there and you're jumping and you think your knees are coming up. Everybody thinks it. It's like, until you see it. There's been a lot of times like no, I'm doing these correctly. I'm doing whatever it is that you just said. And then they do a video of you, and you see yourself on video, and it's like, wow. It's like so if you have the opportunity, videotape yourself doing this. See where your knees are going, see where your feet are going, and that'll be super helpful. And we actually do this a lot. We've done it a lot for students for the entire 108. We'll film the entire 108, and then we'll give it to you, and you can watch yourself to see which parts you think you're doing correctly and which parts you're not. It's just human nature.
Yes, sir.
So don't get discouraged with it. But when we do this, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to bend forward, and those hands are going to strike our thighs, and they're going to go back. Okay? We're going to come up, and as we come up, we're striking with the back of the wrists, and we're jumping. Okay? And when we jump, those knees are coming forward. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So it's kind of like your heels are still coming up to your butt, but instead of heels coming up to the butt, knees down, the knees are coming
Yes,
forward.
sir.
This is some complicated physics in this. It's not complicated physics. You're changing your center of gravity is what you're doing. So if the legs are here, then my center of gravity is probably right here, and then whenever they come off, then it kind of pulls it up a little bit, and that helps get a little bit of extra height.
Yes,
Okay?
sir.
Okay, so let's review that one more time. We're gonna sink, we're gonna bend to the knees, we go down, strike behind us, we're gonna jump, we're gonna strike with the back of those wrists, the knees are gonna come up to our chest, and then when we land, we wanna land as quietly as possible.
Yes, sir.
Usually what we like to tell the kids is we wanna land like ninjas.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's like,
Yes, sir.
if you've ever seen a movie where the ninjas are jumping out of the trees, and they land on the ground, they don't make a sound. Okay, it's just really hard to do on those gravel surfaces that they're trying to land on. So that's what we want to do, is we want to try to land as quietly as a ninja because we don't want to get caught if we land. The real reason behind this is because we want to save our knees and our ankles, okay?
Sir.
Your calf muscles and then your Achilles tendon, they're built, they're very flexible, they're very stringy. As a matter of fact, these muscles aren't even like the rest of your muscles. But they're meant to be shock absorbers, okay? So don't ever land on your heels. We're gonna land on the balls of our feet, okay?
Yes, sir.
Because our body is actually built to land on the balls of our feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Double high. Attention stance.
Yes, sir.
Stand tall.
Yes, sir.
1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. And 10. Feet together.
Yes, sir.
Woo. Catch your breath. It's just simple exercise. You only do 10 reps. For those of you at home, we're going to bow out a little early, about a minute early. If you want to, you can do 10 more of those. It's up to you. I'd suggest you get a drink of water, take a short break, and then we're gonna come back out and we're gonna do our crane section of the 108.
Sir.
We follow the 5 hearts: faith, respect, perseverance, patience, and humility.
Bow to head instructor.
Bow to beginner level students. All right, basic training dismissed. It's really weird to say that to just 2 people. I always wanted to like pick 5 students and then do 1 of them to every student.
One day we'll have more.
One day. I got a request last time, which is nice. Okay, I'm gonna come back and talk about that. Whew. You guys want to get drink of water, you can. How are your legs feeling?
Feel pretty good.
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of weighted vest training
Oh yeah.
at my house because I'm not working out at the gym, so my legs are I'm used to that.
I've done that in this class before. Going to the advanced class, I try to be very careful about going to the advanced class, especially for sparring, because the weighted vest is. I've got 2 of them. One's full of sand and one's full of little metal bars.
So that's the nice one. I have the sand one, but the bar one's sweet.
But yeah, the nice thing about the bar one is it goes underneath my uniform, so
Mhm.
people don't really notice that I have it on until they try to punch you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that'll hurt.
We're doing applications where we're sparring. Yeah. It definitely makes push-ups a lot harder.
Oh yeah.
Pull-ups a lot harder.
Well, I like doing the tiger stances
Yeah.
with it on, because you get in those like low like horse stance with that vest.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Ooh.
it's way harder.
There's a horse dance test. Hopefully we've got a picture of it still. There's one of them where we have one of our students, I think it's an old lady, if you remember. We did it where we had quite an instructor standing on top of another instructor's
Huh.
legs. So you're here, and
Yeah.
both of the horse dances, and one's stacked on top of the other.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that's not so bad. Master Gohring's like, he was gonna do it one day in class. Master Gohring's like 30 to 40 pounds heavier than the instructor that was doing it in the photo. Ooh, it's serious. It definitely feels like you're doing like you're at the bottom of like a 300 or 400 pound squat.
Oh yeah.
It's because they're at a weird position when they're right there.
Yeah, you're deep.
You're deep. And it's like it's not on your shoulder where you normally feel it.
No.
So it's interesting. Okay. Crane section of the 108. So Tuesday, I had a student reach out to me. I guess technically it was during class, so I didn't see it. It was Mr. Hogan. He sent me a message. He said there was something he would like to see a little bit more detail on. Okay, so if anybody else, there's like at any point you have any questions, please just let me know. He messaged me through Facebook. If you guys want my Facebook account, if you want my text number or anything like that, you want to text me anything, any questions, I'll be happy to provide it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
His question involves the crane pecking and revive the crane. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to review up to that point, and then I'm going to kind of go over what the hands are doing. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're going to start right here at the end of our tiger unit,
Sir.
and then we're going to do our hard and soft crane walking, standing arm, hand, waist.
And waist.
One finger asks the question.
Finger ask the question.
Crane wing punching,
Punching.
fist to the sleeve.
Fist through the sleeve.
Hard and soft,
Hard and soft.
crane walking,
Crane walking.
sending arm, hand, waist.
And waist.
One finger asks a question.
Finger ask the question.
Crane wing punching,
Crane wing punching.
fist to the sleeve.
Fist through the sleeve.
Okay. And this is our crane pecking
Crane pecking.
and revive the crane.
Revive the crane.
So, what are the hands doing? So when we first start, that first hand is going to strike with the side, okay? So that's after we've done our punch. We're gonna strike, and it's gonna hook. So this is just like our inside block, our crane inside block. We're gonna pull in, and then our left hand is gonna be in a crane beak. We're actually striking with that crane beak.
Yes, sir.
Okay, striking crane beak. So block, strike. This is, there's a few times where we actually use our crane beak for strike. We don't really do that in beginner class. We don't have any strikes in beginner class. It's predominantly blocks and kicks. Because we do a lot of striking in the 108. And we learned a lot of our blocking comes from the back of the wrist. We've learned a lot of the back of the wrist. So this is one of the first times we're gonna see we're using those fingers actually for striking.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then when they're done, they just come back. And then when we go to our revive the crane, it's the same thing, but with the other hand. We're striking, pulling in, and then striking. Okay, so it's a strike, block, strike.
Yes, sir.
Strike, block, strike. And this one you can actually just keep doing.
Right, you could do more than two.
You can do more than two. This is one of the, we have an application with this one where we just do it kind of over and over and over and over, and then at some point you just decide that you had enough, you're gonna strike. But yeah, it's one of those ones where they come in for the strike, we're gonna push them away. This is our splitting energy that we were talking about. We're pulling and then you're gonna do that strike. Okay. Hopefully that covered everything. I can't ask if that answered your question because you're not in class. But if you can, just let me know if that actually answered your question. And if it didn't, we'll clarify it again later. Okay, so immediately after that, we learned our flying crane. Okay, our flying crane, hungry crane. It's gonna be our new one. It's gonna be our hungry crane stand on one leg. I think we previewed this.
Yes, sir.
So we start with our flying crane. We're here. And this is just pretty much like what we do in our tiger stances, except we brought it in with crane beaks. And then what we're gonna do is those crane beaks are gonna be in front. All right,
Yes, sir.
the next move is gonna be our hungry crane capture shrimp. Okay. Walk down, strike up. Give me a second on this one. So what we're gonna do is there's gonna be a wind up on this one. We're gonna come up and we're gonna strike our own foot. We're gonna pull back, strike down, strike up, okay? I'm trying to remember this one because we've changed it a couple of times. Strike, strike. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go over, this is one of those ones where I wanted to kind of have a bit more time on this one simply because a lot of times what will happen is the students see the instructors do this one and they kind of like assume what's going on, because a lot of times what I'll see is students just kind of slap the bottom of their foot, or they'll just kind of touch it, anything like that. What's happening here is I'm putting my hand on my foot, but I'm hooking back. What I'm simulating here is that somebody has grabbed my ankle. Okay, so we can't really do the application right now, but what's happened is you have to pretend somebody has grabbed your ankle. You're grabbing behind their wrist, you're hooking. And then what you have to do is you have to stomp your foot as hard as you can, and at the same time, you're turning your waist to pull that hook back, okay? So all you're really doing is you're just clearing their hand. You're just trying to get their hand off of your ankle.
Yes, sir.
You're not trying to grapple them, you're not trying to grab them, you're not trying to do anything other than get your foot free.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's why we're here. We're simulating that grab, and so we're pulling away, we're hooking, and then what we're going to do immediately afterwards is you're striking low. Okay, so you're striking low to the groin or the bladder. Okay,
Yes, sir.
remove, strike, and then we're coming up with the backs of our wrists. So that's that next move. Good. Okay, very similar to our crane breathing.
reminds me of that.
Yes. Except that we're going to be, when we're done, we're going to be in a bow stance. Let's do that. Let's practice that just a little bit. We're going to start with our flying crane. Hungry crane stands on one leg. Hungry crane. Capture shrimp.
Capture shrimp.
All right. Having to unlearn some stuff here. I spent 10 years doing the block like we do it in the breathing. It's a strike.
So with that strike, is that still with the back of the wrist?
No.
Or that's more the
It's more
beak?
with the beak.
Got it,
So
okay.
go for those soft targets.
Got it.
Okay. So the question was, is it with the back of the hand or with the beak? The answer is it's going to be more with the beak. Strike. Strike. Okay. And so this is also kind of one of those ones where you're kind of relying on expected behavior of the individual. So like if you do a groin strike, then you're expected to happen is like for somebody to actually kind of bend over a little bit, and that's whenever that next part's going to come in. As their face is coming in, you're striking up. This is kind of like that whole thing we were talking about when you stub your toe. It's if somebody's moving in, they don't know how fast they're moving in, it's just your body's moving in, and so you're coming in pretty fast. If there's any obstruction there, you're going to hurt yourself. Okay, that's we do a lot of stuff where there's a reflex to one action, and then we kind of build it out with the next action.
Sir.
This is also be a good time for me to say, we string together a lot of moves for our applications. That doesn't necessarily mean that if you're ever in a self-defense situation that you will ever do them in that sequence, okay? Because a lot of them are just kind of like, here is one way you can string them together under these circumstances. Very rarely do those circumstances ever happen. One of the things we do is we learn these applications. I wish we could do applications right now. But we learn these applications, and then we kind of get these kind of rote memory. And then there's a point in time where we were talking about doing sparring, where the only thing you're allowed to use are your applications. Not applications, but your moves. So you may have to dissect some of your applications into single moves, because the individual you're sparring with doesn't quite work the way you think it should. Okay, let's run the entire thing up to that point, up to that first hungry crane capture shrimp. Okay,
Sir.
can you stand?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Stand tall.
Yes, sir.
All right, getting ready to do it. I'm so used to doing that right for all the other ones. All right, we're gonna do our hard and soft. Crane walking.
Crane walking.
Setting arm, hand, and waist.
Setting arm, head, and waist.
One finger asks a question.
Finger asks a question.
Crane wing punching.
Punching.
Fist to the sleeve.
Fist through the sleeve.
Hard and soft.
Hard and soft.
Crane walking.
Crane walking.
Setting arm, hand, and waist.
Setting arm, head, and waist.
One finger asks a question.
Finger asks a question.
Crane wing punching.
Crane wing punching.
Fist to the sleeve.
Fist through the sleeve.
A crane pecking.
A crane pecking.
Revive the crane.
Revive the crane.
Flying crane.
Flying crane.
Hungry crane stands on one leg.
Hungry crane stands on one leg. Wait.
Hungry crane. Capture shrimp.
Capture shrimp.
I don't apologize right now. It's been a year and a half since I've done this. I have this all on the wrong leg. We're gonna be here. Okay. I'm not sure if it was because I was trying to do it backwards.
Mirroring. Yeah.
Mirroring. It happens. So we're gonna be on that right leg. Hungry crane stands on one leg. Hungry crane. Capture shrimp.
Capture
Okay.
shrimp.
So it's not wasted effort, because here's what's gonna happen. Our next move is our flying crane. Hungry crane stands on one leg.
Crane stands on one leg.
Hungry crane. Capture shrimp.
Capture shrimp.
We're just doing it on the opposite side.
It's the exact same thing.
It's the same thing, just on the other side.
Got it.
Okay?
It's making me hungry.
Isn't it?
I want
For
shrimp.
For shrimp. Okay. Let's reset. Be hungry for shrimp. Okay. Hard and soft.
Hard and soft.
Crane walking.
Crane walking.
Sitting arm, hand, and waist.
Setting arm, hand, and waist.
One finger asks a question.
Finger asks a question.
Crane wing punching.
Punch.
Fist to the sleeve.
Fist through the sleeve.
Hard and soft.
Hard and soft.
crane walking,
Crane walking.
sitting arm hand waist,
Sending arm hand waist.
one finger asks a question,
Finger asks a question.
crane punching,
Crane punching.
fist to the sleeve,
Fist through the sleeve.
a crane pecking,
Crane pecking.
revive the crane,
Revive the crane.
flying crane,
Flying crane.
hungry crane stands on one leg,
Hungry crane stands on one leg.
hungry crane, capture shrimp,
Capture shrimp.
flying crane,
Flying crane.
hungry crane stands on one leg,
Hungry crane stands on one leg.
hungry crane, capture shrimp.
Capture shrimp.
Good. All right, feet together.
Sir.
Ooh. Bit too long talking about shrimp and where fingers go. You know, you could use your crane pecking to capture shrimp out of the water. Okay, let's line up and
Yes,
do
sir.
our life skill. Creative spirit. Path to
Self-mastery
self-mastery requires a creative spirit. A
Creative spirit
has
no self-doubt.
The path to self-mastery requires a creative spirit. A creative spirit has
no self-doubt.
The path to self-mastery requires a creative spirit. A creative spirit has
no self-doubt. Bow to head instructor.
About to beginner level students and everybody at home. Take a short break. Oh yes, black sash training dismissed. Take a short break. Master Pat, come back out with your saber.
Sir.
We have learned the first 24 moves.
I love that sound.
Oh, yeah.
It's better when you get the adult sabers and you can hear those two swords, the
Oh, the like,
scraping
yeah.
against each other. It's a fun sound.
I always find it funny in the movies where it's like, anytime anybody has a sword, it makes a sound.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, you really don't want that with your sword. And most swords aren't gonna make a sound, right?
No. Just silent, yeah.
And normally when you pull it out, it's not gonna make a sound because usually there's felt or something that's covering. That doesn't make sense. To clean all the blood off. A joke, but we're gonna do some blood cleaning moves later on. Normally, what you would do is when you were done, if you had a properly well kept saber, you would clean it and then oil it, because they would rust.
Oh, yeah.
The original ones, because a lot of times they were just made out of like pig iron, or just whatever they could find. They weren't like refined steel. The stainless steel is fairly modern.
Yeah.
It requires chromium to be mixed in with it, and I don't think that was any kind of metallurgy that did that back during the times when these things were being used. And then it requires acid etching to kind of get the chromium to come out. Okay, so what I want everybody to do is we're going to do our 10 down cuts and then our 10 up cuts.
Gotta watch out for this cord here.
Yes.
Like, whoops.
Oh yeah, this is also one of the things you guys have all been through, weapons. We don't exactly have to be on our dots for weapons. We can have some space further apart. Especially for saber, usually what we'll do is we'll start on the other side of the poles.
Yes, sir.
If you need to do that to get on the other side of the pole. I want to do something a little different today, okay? Aiden, I'm gonna have you step off the mat. I'm gonna have Mr. Nelson, and then I'm gonna have anybody at home follow along with me. I'll have you stay back there.
Okay.
And I'll have you follow along. We're gonna start on one side of the room. And here's what we're going to do. If you have enough room at home, you can practice this. If there's multiple people practicing, this is a good time for you to do it one at a time. Because I'm gonna do this multiple times.
We're gonna go through this several times. I think I'm just gonna do this for the rest of class, just run through this, so that anybody at home, you can continue to practice this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with that saber on our left shoulder. Our left hand's gonna be in prayer position, okay? So we're going to step forward, we're gonna do that double front jump kick. And then let's just start here. This is gonna be our reset stance, okay? So we're gonna skip 1, 2, 3. We're gonna open up our arms. We're gonna do our monkey hop to the right. Saber's gonna come over our head, and we're gonna push down. Okay? And when we push down, this is gonna be our dragon stance. Okay?
Sir.
So our right knee is gonna point away from us. Our left leg is gonna be straight. And then our body is gonna turn to the left, okay?
Sir.
And then as we sink, we're gonna push our saber down. And if you remember when we went over the beginning, that this part's probably gonna be sharp. There's gonna be like a little notch that'll probably stop your hand, and that's where your hand's gonna go. Fingers are curled back as much as you possibly can.
Yes, sir.
Push down. All right, I'm gonna go one more time with Mr. Nelson.
Sir.
So we're gonna start here. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3. We're gonna open up, cut, overhead, push in. All right, now we're gonna swap.
Yes, sir.
This is not a low stance, so this one's gonna be, okay, let me clarify on this one. When we do this one, your heel's still gonna be on the ground, and we're not gonna go too deep into it. We're not going into a real dragon stance.
Yes, sir.
We're just gonna turn away and we're pushing down. And that's because the next move, we're gonna immediately come out of this. And so if you're all the way down here, it kind of defeats the purpose of needing to get out of it immediately.
Yes,
All right?
sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Ready, Abe?
Sure.
Okay, start here. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3. We're gonna open up, cut, we're gonna go over the head, we're gonna push down. Okay, we're gonna go one more time. All right, we're gonna start here. You're gonna go 1, 2, 3. Open up, over the head, push down. Okay. Here's the nice thing. We have the back of the room, we have the front of the room. So, Mr. Nelson, what I'm gonna have you do is I'm gonna have you take the front of the room,
Sir.
and then Aiden, I'm gonna have you take the back of the room, and then you guys run that for about 5 minutes on your own.
Yes, sir.
See about how far you can get. If you have any questions, please stop and ask.
Yes, sir.
Feels awkward, doesn't it?
A little bit.
All of your moves start off feeling awkward. If everybody can do a side kick the first try, why would we need to teach it?
Wouldn't have school, right?
Wouldn't have school.
What do you recommend cleaning this with?
There's knife oil that usually comes in like a can. I've seen some people use gun oil. You may have it at home.
You can get that at Academy.
You can get it at Academy.
I have it in a can.
Yeah, it comes in a can. Like when you
Like
sweet
$2.
big flicks every time a drop comes out. It's like it doesn't take much, all you need is a rag.
Yeah. Don't use a lot.
Do not use
Because
it.
it'll take forever to get it off.
And it gets everywhere. I'm gonna have you guys switch places.
Sir? Yeah, there's no way I could have done this in my living room.
This is gonna be weird to do this in a park too. I don't
Park
know, I've
would
seen
be
people do it.
fun,
Yeah.
depending on the park, I guess.
Depends on the park, I've done like, probably this week would be bad to do it.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, be careful. Don't bring a weapon into public right now.
Yeah, not right now.
At least not a saber, maybe a staff.
Yeah. You can also substitute a stick or something like that.
That's true. Use a stick.
All right, team.
Dang.
All right. There, you guys wanna make this better?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, there's a reason why both of you in the front of the class, because this is being recorded, you guys can review this after class. You can take a look at, how well you did, okay?
Yes, sir.
It kind of goes along with what I was saying earlier, where it's like, if you can see a recording of yourself, it's super helpful.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here's what we're going to do, let me see. One part where I wanted to talk about, one, two, three, and that is, we wanna see how high we can get, we don't have to get super high in the jump, but the jump's there's gonna be a bit of a jump, okay? It's gonna come up as we cut open. This is good, I know, you're trying to do two things at once, you're trying to cut, actually, take a look at this, it's three things, you're trying to cut, you're trying to turn, and you're trying to jump. There's three things going on here. So it's gonna be, this is the reason why I wanted the entire class on this one.
Yes,
That's why I
sir.
didn't wanna rush it into last class. We get our three skips, those arms are gonna open up. And that's where that cut, that's where that decapitation is gonna happen. So this is one part, is that cut. The other part is gonna be the jump. And the other part's gonna be that turn. So the jump, the turn, and the cut all happen at the same time. Okay, so that's gonna be the tough part on this one. Is you're coming through, cut, jump, stop. And stopping here in this position is probably gonna be pretty tough for a lot of you guys.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Don't fret it.
Yes, sir.
It just requires a lot of practice, okay? I'll let you guys practice that a couple more times.
Yes,
With
sir.
those minor tweaks kind of in mind. Don't worry about it if you don't get it. If you're frustrated and still feels awkward,
Yes, sir.
it's going to happen. Hard, isn't it?
It really is. It's honestly, it's having this
Yes.
in your hand, like just
Oh,
it's a bit of a roadblock, you know.
let's do this. Let's set the saber down. This is usually there's a technique that I normally use for the later one, because the later one is really hard. The 360 jump kick. Usually I do the 360. I teach 360 without the saber, just because it's really hard. It's because you have to balance with your hands behind your back. Like you're trying to do a 360 jump kick with the hands behind your hands. It's really hard. A lot of people lose their balance because you have to land and then you have to position yourself afterwards. But here's what we're gonna do. Your hands can be. Let's do this. We're gonna have our hands kind of after that third skip. We're gonna have our hands crossed. Okay.
Sure.
Hands can be wherever you need them, but we're just gonna go 1, 2, 3, cross, and then that monkey hop.
Sir.
Okay. Or if you're better without the hands crossed, just whatever your hands have to do. But let's see if we can kind of get that jump in there, because the jump's gonna kind of be that. And usually when we do the jump, this is it. When you do the jump, pump your knees.
Sir.
That's it. Yes.
Yeah, that does feel different.
Now the hard part's gonna be landing.
Yeah, 'cause that's a lot of air to then
Yes.
collect yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, that feels good.
All right, now with your saber, we got one more minute. I'm gonna let you
Sure.
guys run it 2 more times and then we're gonna bow out.
Yes, sir. I feel like I'm getting so much air.
Yes, same thing for you, Aiden. Try to see if you can get those knees to come up when you do your jump.
Sure.
Yes. This is gonna require practice. All right, let's line up.
Yes, sir.
That's it's hard for a lot of students, and the reason is because a lot of students are scared that they're gonna fall. Because if you ever have your feet up, it's like, oh no, what are my feet need to be underneath me when I land. So a lot of times what students will want to do is like, I want to keep my feet directly underneath me, and I cannot. You know, it's like there's this mental block to lift those knees. It's just a mental block. There's so many. There's so many examples. Like diving is hard.
Yeah,
It's
I'd
like,
say you just gotta go for it.
you just gotta go for it.
Mhm.
It's like those, when you overthink it, it's like, no, I don't wanna put my head. That's not gonna work. But it's like, yeah, this mental block, you can't get the head to go down, you're very water trying to go up the nose. Okay. Let's bow out.
Bow to head instructor.
Bow to your little students and everybody at home. All right. Master Cat training is dismissed. Don't be afraid to put your head underwater.
Yeah, my older sister